Hello, chat. It's the Black Mage's version. Yes, it is. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to July. I know that's the last thing anyone wanted to hear. I have been already enjoying my time off. I just got the tweet live. Do me the favor, go give that some love. And let me grab you guys today's sauce. Saw a video of four hammers bullying Laggy in under 2 minutes. Jesus. I have not touched the new title update, and I probably won't for a bit until we start getting the um the whatchamacallits, the like festivals and stuff, because like to me, I kind of hate what they're doing with this, where they're just stringing you along and it's like week after week. Laggy's gonna stay there, so I'm not in a rush to deal with him. But I'll definitely go back. It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, I don't want to be like strung along. Okay. Kick is doing it again. I have no idea what's going on with Kick, honestly. I really don't. As best I can tell, it should be fine. Let me take a look at my settings here real fast, but I legitimately am just confused because I see Kick like reconnecting over and over and over again. Got low latency mode on. All of the settings should be shared, so that means it's the same settings as everything else. Yeah, I see it just cycling. Worked for Trubs doesn't tell me anything, Zoo. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I just because it worked for like some other person doesn't mean it's gonna work for me because I'm not doing all the same things he's doing. Yeah, I can try one thing here, and it might help. Now, YouTube people, you guys are going to have to let me know if stuff's going bad over there, because I'm letting Kick piggyback off of you guys. So if YouTube starts acting up, just let me know. But literally, this is just Kick constantly cycling and recycling. Like, I'm watching it happen live. Kick, like, just keeps disconnecting itself. So it actually appears to be a Kick issue. I don't think this is me, because it's not happening to any of the other services. And to be fair, like Twitch gets this way sometimes too. It's frustrating. It just basically, like, usually it's the invest servers. And that's why, like I say, like, just because it's working for Trubs does not mean it'll work for me. It may entirely be some localized problem to whatever invest server I'm on, which Twitch, like for instance, Twitch always assigns you to the closest one naturally. So like there's one in like Miami or Atlanta for me. And that's like I'll switch between the two of them. Kick, I have no idea. Like I actually have no idea. And I don't think I can see that setting in my OBS, because Kick is a different mechanism that like OBS is not designed necessarily to be able to directly deal with. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just kill the Kick stream because it's constantly cycling. There's nothing I can do on that front. I'll have to look into that. Okay. Anyways, got you guys today. Sauce. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. It works until I open the stream, then it cuts off and it makes a new VOD. It has nothing to do with you opening the stream. Like I said, I literally can watch it happen live on my end, where I see the like, oh, it's starting to stream. Here's the FPS. Here's the Mbps, and it's like it's doing all that, and then it goes reconnecting. Kick just fucking sucks. That's all I can say right now. Dubs, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. And why am I not on my manager over here? Okay, there we go. Kayotsu, thank you for the 20 as well. Hope everyone's doing good. Basically, I woke up this morning and all I had to do was make blue apples on every server that I play on. That doesn't happen often, so that was nice. Let's see. Here's JP here. I've still got some storm pods, so literally that's all JP is going to be for today. It is going to be just spend all of my AP on the storm pods, get it done, get it down. That way, as the lotto starts here tomorrow morning, I'm not going to be beholden to storm pods in any way, shape, or form. Or is it my memory derping again? No, I don't think Saz ever tweeted it, so it's probably one I need to tweet. Normally I let the artist do it, because if I have to do it, then like basically it's like me taking credit for it. Some artists don't like that. Some artists want you to. They don't want to contribute to stuff, which is a little bit of a sore spot for me. If there's any artists in the audience, don't take this the wrong way, but I will say this. To me, one of the like dumbest things that I will see an artist do is like they will accept the commission, they will do the commission, everything will go perfectly fine, everything is exactly to the commissioner's perspective, and you deliver a perfect product, right? So you get a 10 out of 10 service. And then the commissioner asks you to tweet it. If you say no, all you're doing is basically just telling the commissioner you don't care about them. You're basically telling the commissioner, don't use me again. I don't understand why some artists do that, but it is what it is. I think they get overly concerned about the algorithm with regards to their like accounts on Twitter and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, I get that, but also like it's really not that big of a deal. Especially because Twitter can actually tell if you start using different hashtags and do things differently, it knows. So if you're doing things the same as you've always done, and that's always done really good for you in the algorithm, and you do something different, it might not do as well. That's fine. It also will be treated differently than the things that you're doing now. And so it's like, it's always a really weird thing to me to see artists do that sort of thing, because the easy way to get around it is to simply go like, hey, I know, I'll just make like a tweet, but I'll put like commission in it, or like, you know, title it differently or something like that. And that's really easy to do. And Twitter won't let that affect your main algorithm. So it's really odd to me to see artists do that sort of thing and like get all up in arms and get ornery and not want to tweet. I'm not saying Saz did that, by the way. I didn't. Basically, I used not Fiverr. Skeb. I used Skeb for getting Saz to do this commission, which I personally don't like to use Skeb for this exact reason. If I ever want to contact the artist about a concern or an issue, I can't. That is the unfortunate issue with Skeb, is Skeb does not allow outside external contact. And technically, if I ever do contact the artist, I can get kicked off Skeb. And I'm just going to go ahead and blatantly admit to you guys, I absolutely have contacted artists before. It's just like, to me, it's the stupidest rule ever. I get it, but I don't understand why Skeb like hard enforces it. Ruby, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so it's like, it's been one of those things that I will avoid using Skeb if at all possible, but some artists only want you to go through Skeb for, again, obvious reasons. Skeb is very pro artist, and so the equivalent is like, imagine the opposite of Steam, where Steam is pro consumer. Imagine if instead Steam was just pro business, and it would be like every other platform out there. It's kind of the way Skeb is. Skeb is pro the artist. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because artists do need some protections as well, but it's decidedly anti-consumer, and I don't like that. And so much so that Skeb actually had a, like, if I remember correctly, like last year, they had a recent kerfuffle about all of that, which was like, oh yeah, commissioners aren't using Skeb because you fucked the commissioners over on Skeb. So not a good thing in that regard. Our command needs updating. Yeah, sorry, I never gave you guys the thing. Here you go. Here is today's artwork. Go give Saki some love. Hello, William. How's it going? Hope you guys on YouTube are doing good. How's it going, Tamamo? Tama Lancer buffs tomorrow. The more you ask, the more I hope not. I mean, I don't actually know. Like, who could even begin to tell you if they're going to give us a buff during the lotto? I would wager no. I don't think they generally do give us buffs during lottos, but I'm not going to say that hasn't happened before. I'm sure there's at least one or two where they have, but I wouldn't bet on it. Where's my vacation time? I don't know. Sorry, no offense, but chat, you won't get any sympathy from me asking for vacation time. It's like, this is the first time I've had off in 6 weeks, and everybody at my office tried to give me shit about it and tried to stop me from going on it. And I just went ahead and kind of forced it anyways. Like I said, I was laughing in VIP earlier before the start of stream, because I got all my CPE done, and on the final day right before vacation, I had like a little bit of a panic mode thing where I realized, oh, I have to manually submit all of my courses, which was not how we had been doing it in prior years. It was a new change they made to the rules. So I had to sit there and get all that done. I just barely got it done in time before leaving work for the day. And then, like, come Monday, my dad and the other partner were both freaking out, trying to call me, being like, how did you get it in? What did you do? Like, all this stuff, because they hadn't done it and they were looking for a quick like fix for themselves, and there was no quick fix. I had literally told the other partner that tried to call me about it. He just didn't pay attention. So it was funny because it's like, oh yeah, even when I'm gone, they're still trying to like get me on stuff. And I'm just like, no. Like my dad finally called and I answered the phone, but like honest to God, it's like, look, people, you don't need me. I'm on vacation. Unless you have a question specific to a client I was working on, I just do not care. Also, I leveled up. Holy crap. You know what? Nope. It's more blue apples for the lotto. More blapples for the lotto, chat. I'm down to about 322. That's actually one of the lowest amounts I've been at in a while, but we didn't exactly get filled up. Vitra buff? I mean, I'd also say probably not. Like, I don't get me wrong. Can Vitra get a buff? Yes, absolutely. Can Tamamo Lancer get a buff? Yes, absolutely. Are they going to get it here? Probably not. Especially, you guys got to consider too how close we are to like anniversary. I expect they're going to punt a lot of stuff for that, but we'll see. Chat, give me like 5 minutes to be right back. I need to go check my air conditioning because it's not behaving. Okay, sorry about that. Seems like it's working fine, but like it's really getting hot in here all of a sudden. So I turned the fan on. Okay, sorry about that. But hello everybody. There's really not too much today. Today is calm before the storm day, so 6 years of FGO, Doggo, Skyrim, VTubers, Final Fantasy 14, Monster Hunter, Florida, Artoria, Aurelia. And to you, thank you for streaming and making content. Thank you, AFK. I appreciate it, man. Thank you to all my longtime subs and supporters. I really do appreciate it. I'm at the point where like I've been streaming for so long. I have so many like fond memories. There's so many people I remember. And I think like one of the things that hurts about it is like seeing the people that like just kind of come and go. It like, you know, on any given day you could end up saying something, or like, you know, something in that person's life could change. You just never see that person again. It's something that really sucks about the anonymity of the internet, but I think at the same time the anonymity of the internet allows people to be who they want to be, so it's also a beautiful thing. Which vacation do I have? I'm going to be off for the next 2 weeks at least. My vacation's going well? Yes, it is. I honestly, these first couple days here, I've just been relaxing. I did have a mod meeting. I did have, well, actually, I was supposed to talk with Okayist. I haven't. Okayist messaged me. I need to get back to Okayist. Like, I've been bad. People have been messaging me, and I've just been like sitting here, like watching movies and playing video games. It's like, it's good. I needed it, but it is what it is. Thank you for inviting me to the community. Yes, I appreciate it, Okayist. And yeah, we gotta have that meeting at some point. Look who it is. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, tomorrow, chat, we have basically the JP stream for the Lotto. Trubs will be covering that. I believe that's at 6 a.m. Eastern. It's 4. I think he said it's 4 a.m. Mountain Time, so that's his time zone. I've been lazy as hell. Sorry for my lack of content. Same. I really have. I haven't recorded anything in a hot second now, so it is what it is. What if we're getting a new servant? I suspect not. I wouldn't be surprised. Like if we get a new servant, it would be like, okay, like it is what it is. But I expect that they're not going to give us one. What do I need to do on my NA? Nothing. Nothing at the moment. Yeah, I even did the Sendo Riku quest. I legitimately like don't have anything I really need to be doing. I could do like main interlude stuff, but I don't care. Not a huge deal to get done right now. I didn't see Star Wars in the anime reading channel on Discord. Do you not have access? So, okay, chat. I said in the anime reading, right? Because there were a couple people that were like, huh? Anime reading? Is actually anime watching. The issue is, if I tell people where I'm going to watch it, I cannot ping a voice channel. I can't say, hey, we're going to be in this channel, because we're not. So I have to ping the next closest thing, so anime reading. But I figure it's like, oh, if you find the anime reading channel, you would look in the Discord and you would see all of us in there and you would join? So like, could you really not see anybody? A new member for the NPC jail with the JP Lotto? That might be a thing. Have I done all my advanced quests? Yeah. Are you kidding me? I'm the one that told all of you guys to prepare for that. Star Wars anime, Nani. Anime watching is just where we watch stuff with everybody. It's just normally that channel is used for watching anime. But yeah, this was something that came up at the mod meeting. The idea of doing more like movie nights and stuff, because I do occasionally take a night off and just like play some stuff or like relax. And you know, the thought is if we're kind of like sitting there in VIP watching movies or something, it's like we should just bring it down and watch it with the rest of you guys. I feel like I've been doing a poor job of that, so that was something that had come up and something that I needed to do. And we only got through, so we actually watched episodes 1 through 3 on our own. But then I realized, like, well, it's stream time, and I'm like, why don't we watch episodes 4 through 6? And we actually didn't get through 6, but we did get through 4 and 5. It's just Steve kind of had to go to bed, so it was what it was. What mat am I picking for July? The daggers. NA is about to get its anniversary. Literally this Saturday will be our anniversary. The Empire Struck Back, yes. Yeah, that's fun. Like, so I'm a huge Star Wars nerd. I've read a ton of the Star Wars Expanded Universe. I've watched just about every single Star Wars show at this point, every single Star Wars movie at this point. So like, at least for me, I can provide people with a lot more context than they probably normally have. All these what if questions that people ask, I could usually answer them. Name every war and the stars involved? No. I love Star Wars EU stuff and still follow it to this day. Yeah, the EU is fantastic. I always see people try to defend the Disney Star Wars bullshit with like, oh, but the EU is bad. And I'm like, no, y'all are full of crap. The EU is so fucking good. There are bad points of the EU. You just don't adapt that at that point. Like, to me, they could easily adapt all the way up to and through like the entirety of like everything until you get to like the Yuzhang Vong. The Yuzhang Vong is the only like, hey, it's starting to get really like questionable now. And even then, like before that point, if there's anything that is weird, it's usually from a specific author. Like I've heard some of the Mandalorian books are kind of iffy due to the lady that wrote them. And it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, so don't adapt that. That's fine, right? Star Wars EU has less contradictions than Disney canon at this point. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you guys got to understand how big the EU is for Star Wars. There's tons. I'm going to say this. I would put the Star Wars expanded universe up against just about every other, like, expanded lore of every other series in terms of quantity, okay? You could probably find one that has more, but you would be probably, like we'd be having to sit here, like kind of debating that. Because it has that much. It's that commercialized of a series. Yeah, the only thing I haven't really read is I haven't read comics. I was never a big comic book guy growing up, so that's why. Like, and don't get me wrong, like to a degree, I think I'd love to read them, but I haven't. So. Karen Travis, yes, that's who it is. I love that you were able to pull that name out, and I immediately knew who you were talking about. I could not remember it off the top of my head, but yes, that is who it is. I know some of the plot lines for Star Wars comics, but need to read them someday. Yeah. The Vader comics look good. Yeah. Yeah. She also did Halo books that many people didn't like. That I don't know. I like. Star Wars has so much good shit, and rewatching the Star Wars films, like I was there with my mic off most of the time, but like I still get chills watching Star Wars. Like you hear that like the Force theme kick in, you like kind of just see the classic moments and just like, and like it takes you back to being a kid. You remember like, this is all the stuff I used to like really like and enjoy and get like super deep into. Solo shot first, yes, yeah. We talked about that too because I was like, in the re-edit, you can almost see he almost like neck dodges like that, and you're like, eh. And it's like I never liked it because it kind of makes him look like he has almost a force power himself. Which is a theory that has been out there before, that like Han Solo may have actually been force sensitive, but I believe the EU covers it and kind of claims like, no, he's not. But yeah, like when we were watching the prequels, I was able to point out to everybody's like, oh yeah, that for instance, like, so like right at the beginning of Phantom Menace, you know how like the droidekas pull up on Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan outside of the like negotiation chamber? I'm like, yeah, right then when they run off, that is the only depicted portrayal of force speed. And it's really funny because it actually causes a plot hole later on in the film. They use force speed to get away from droidekas. They don't ever use force speed when they're battling Darth Maul, and then they get separated. And it's like really funny how that's a thing. So it's like, that's one of those weird things where the more you know, the more you're like, ah, shit. Scruffy looking nerf herder, yep. Takes a lot of stamina to use it. Yeah, and like, I mean, I'm not going to say they need to explain something like that. Just it's one of those things where you're sitting there and you're like, those idiots, why didn't they do that? But that's honestly, I think with regards to things like force powers, it's better off if they have less explanations rather than more. Because I think the more you explain it, one, the more it like pigeonholes video games and other adaptations, and two, the more you get nerds debating bullshit and stupid stuff. And I love Star Wars, but it's like, really, there doesn't need to be an argument over something like that. Sorry, 3 movie cooldown on use, I see. The Clone Wars Obi-Wan also used force speed at least once. In the animated series, in the animated series, I'd absolutely believe it. In the movies, not to my knowledge. Like if you're talking Attack on the Clones. It's like Obi-Wan sort of forgot him because he was stressed. I mean, I think it's fine to a degree. Like, there are points where you realize, like, hey, the story to the prequels could have been better. Like, either they could have, like, done the sequencing maybe a little bit better, or they could have, like, gotten the dialogue a little bit better. But, like, honestly, the prequels are great. I love them. Like, I, like, sitting down, watching them again, I sat there and I remembered, it's like, because I had... The prequels came out when I was, like, in grade school. And prior to that, I had watched the original Star Wars. And I remember, because, like, when you watch the original Star Wars, you have to imagine and go back, chat, to a time where the prequels didn't exist. Okay? Where only the original trilogy exists. And if you can, think with me for a minute, for some of you that are younger. Like... Back then, you hear these fantastical stories of the Jedi Order, but the only Jedi you ever see are Obi-Wan, Yoda, Darth Vader, the Emperor, and Luke. That's it. That's all you ever see are those 5 people. So you have to, like, everything is viewed through the lens of those 5. Then you get the prequels, and the prequels just blow that wide open. You suddenly get to see the Jedi Order, like, at full steam. You get to see, like, all of these people being a part of it, just how massive the organization is, and you get to, like, just take in all that grandeur, and it's like, it's so epic. I still remember that, like, feeling of, like, seeing that stuff for the first time and being like, oh my god, this is amazing. And it's like, it may be something that maybe, like, newer generations take for granted about that, but it's like, yeah, with the original trilogy, we didn't have that. So in a weird way, there's some people that would tell you to watch the movies like literally like 1 through 9, right? You know, we can debate as to whether or not you even want to watch 7 through 9. That is its own thing. But, like, people would tell you to watch it, like, in numerical order. I would actually still advise to watch in release order. I've heard from people that say that if you watch it like 1 through 6 and you go in numerical order, that you have a completely different viewpoint on Anakin. Sorry, I misspelled Anakin. You view Anakin as way more of a tragic hero, and that if you started with like 4 through 6 and then you go 1 through 3, you know Anakin is Darth Vader, and you're the whole time you're watching, you're waiting, you're judging. Now, to be fair, I didn't have that issue as a kid, because even though I'd already watched the original ones, it's like when you just go back and you're just seeing like Anakin jump all around, do all these cool things, you're just like, oh my god, he's so cool. Like, you don't think about anything like that. You're just like, oh my god, this is amazing. So it's an interesting viewpoint to me, but I would still at least advise watching them in release order, purely from the standpoint of, one, the originals are older, so starting with the older ones first means you won't be like, oh man, now I'm watching old shit. But also, you're getting that initial, like, everything is toned down, everything is oppressed and suppressed from the original trilogy. Then you jump to the prequels, or like everything's like flourishing, and it's like, oh my god, that's like crazy. So I actually think that that's a really cool way to watch the movies still. Man, how'd this race-loving kid end up as Vader? Yeah, I mean, you guys got to remember back to the original, like, marketing for Phantom Menace. Yeah, here you go. It was great because it was such a minimalistic marketing campaign, and it worked. Like, you just see this, and like, this shit goes hard, man. Like, this shit goes hard. It's this dweeby little orphan kid, and you're like, how is this kid gonna become the Dark Lord of the Sith, running around, purging the Jedi, choking bitches? And I actually, like, I think they could have done Anakin's turn a little bit better, but it's still pretty good. I actually still think they did a great job with it. Not orphan slave? Well, this is outrageous. It's unfair. I agree. Sora, thank you for the 17. Appreciate it, my man. Welcome back. And Revenge of the Sith has been split into 2 movies. I mean, that might have made it too long. I just think that to me, where it really falls apart is in Revenge. Where, sorry, like in Revenge, where Palpatine finally makes his final gambit, and like, so much of that shit is just left up to chance. And it's like, dude, if like anything goes wrong there, Palpatine just loses. All of it, like, kind of had to plot conveniently fall his way. And we could argue the Force and yada yada yada. So it's like, it's fine. But like, to me, where it really falls apart is where like Windu has him, and like Anakin knows. He knows this dumb fuck is the Sith Lord they've been looking for. I think the one thing that kind of gets like lost in everything is the fact that they never show Anakin being educated about the Sith. At any point in time in the Jedi Order, regardless of how extinct the Sith were, they still would have been teaching them that these Sith were like the incarnate of evil, and they're absolutely like terrifying and not to be trifled with, and like all of that stuff. So it's like he gets there and he finds out that Sidious is a Sith Lord, and he's just kind of like you can tell he's a little upset, but he's not as upset as he should be. He's not as afraid as he should be, and he's certainly not like as cautious as he should be, right? Hey everyone, could you do research on this for me since you have the rank of master? Yeah, so it's really funny because we actually know that, and I was talking about this during the prequels, but Ki-Adi-Mundi. If you don't know who Ki-Adi-Mundi is, Ki-Adi-Mundi is this bro. Okay? Mr. Chrome Dome himself. Ki-Adi-Mundi was originally on the council as a Jedi Knight. So Anakin throws out the line of, it's never happened before in the history of the Order, and he's wrong. Not only has it happened before, it happened literally in his lifetime. Literally somebody he knows. So I assume that's just like a lore break. They tried to come up with the story for Ki-Adi-Mundi, and they actually went against the movie lore. So it's probably their own fault at that point, but it's really kind of funny in retrospect. Because Anakin pitches a fit. He's like, how am I on this council, but I'm not the rank of master? It's never happened before. And it's like, well, it actually has. One of the people was in the room with you when you had that outburst. And he would have known that too. I think the nuance is that Ki-Adi-Mundi was basically a shoo-in for master at that point. Yeah, I think, like, I'll be honest with you, I actually don't like it, unless the logic goes like Ki-Adi-Mundi had some sort of special perspective that nobody else could have offered. But otherwise, like, that was the Jedi Knights kind of at the height of their power. Like, technically they're not. Technically this is actually, like, they're coming down off the height of their power, okay? But, like, the Jedi Knights still had, like, tens of thousands of people. They had to have had numerous masters, so you can't tell me that they wouldn't have filled a missing seat with another. Like they obviously would have had plenty of master candidates. They would not have been like, oh yeah, we'll just pick this knight over here. So like it had to be that Ki-Adi-Mundi had something special, but I don't remember what the logic there was. JC, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it, my dude. You know what? While we wait on this chat, let's go. Oh, well, actually, it's 4 more minutes. Let's just keep talking. Old age? Yeah, I don't know. I know, like, Ki-Adi-Mundi had special dispensations, so, like, the Jedi were not allowed to love, and he specifically was, because it was an extinction issue where he was, like, one of the last males of his species. So they were just like, yeah, not only can you love, polygamy! Like, you can take multiple wives. Go for it. Repopulate. Being the last king of his species shouldn't count. Yeah, it's like, I'm fine with him getting an exemption for that, but that shouldn't be why he was on the council, right? So I think it's like, they just tried to come up with a backstory for him, and it wasn't a good, like, backstory. Excited for 8th and in a few days? Yes. I think his species already had polygamy. That may have been a thing, yeah. I don't remember the exact logic there. I'd have to go back and read it. The Jedi needed to go anyways. They were too stagnant. You know, I talked about this. It's like, technically there was nothing wrong with the Jedi. The issue at play wasn't how the Jedi, like, were teaching, wasn't how they were going about their day-to-day business. The issue was, like, the macro scale stuff with the Order, where they were trying to be the like, galactic policemen, in effect. Maybe not, like, policemen, but, like, detectives, right? And it's like, no, you can't really serve that purpose. They were way too ingrained in the Republic for its own good. The Republic was crutching on them, and Sidious knew that, and Sidious basically said, all right, I'm going to abuse that. And that is, like, low-key how he came to power. Though, to be honest, I think Sidious could have done it in a lot better ways than kind of the ways he did it. Peacekeeper, but they were an indomitable army. Well, the idea was that, you know, at like 10,000 strong, that's not enough for an army. And they're right. Like, for perspective, chat, planets in Star Wars have trillions of people on them. Not billions, trillions of people on them. So, like, 10,000 plus Jedi Knights? Yeah, that's a lot. You can do a lot with that. You can't fight a war with that. Jedi can't be everywhere all at once. There's like 10,000 planets in the galaxy. That's at best one Jedi per planet. Like, had a low male to female ratio, and they had to have multiple wives to compensate for low birth rates. Okay. Council puts Jedi into the Clone Wars. Well, I think it's like they had the right idea, but that was Sidious springing his trap and embroiling them. Like, to be fair, there's no way the Jedi wouldn't be involved in a galactic war, right? The problem was they basically were way too neck deep in it. And so they took all of the roles of, like, leadership and generaling. And to be fair, that is probably the only reason they were able to push back against the, like, separatists' overwhelming mass production, like, murder bots. But it also is what ultimately leads to their downfall. Like, there's points during the Clone Wars series where Anakin laments the fact that, like, yeah, you have an entire generation of Jedi that's just brought up fighting this war. Like, they don't know what it means to be a normal, like, Jedi during times of peace. Avoided war like the plague? Oh, no, you're not wrong. I'm just saying that at that point in time, there's no way that council would not have. That council, like, to be clear here, chat. So in the Imperial era, you have two bodies that govern the Empire. You have the Emperor, and you have the Senate. Eventually, the Emperor does away with the Senate. He says, fuck this, I don't need you, I'm just going to use the regional governors instead. The Moffs are going to control everything, and they're going to answer directly to me. And if they fuck something up, I will, you know, Emperor them. During the Republic, you had the Senate being the only thing in charge, the bureaucracy, okay? But you could argue that there was a second wing of the government, and that second wing was the Jedi. The Jedi were, in effect, the enforcement arm of the Senate. They answered to the Senate, and they worked directly with them. So, yeah, you kind of have to argue that, like, there's just no way at that point in time that if the Senate goes to war, the Jedi aren't going to war either, right? They were going to make them do it one way or the other. The unknown regions haven't been completely explored. Yeah, that's always a wild one to me. That after like thousands of years, nobody's like bothered to map the unknown regions. My understanding is it's not that they haven't tried, it's that it's very difficult, and like that portion of the galaxy is extremely like volatile and changing quickly. Also, Jedi main temple being on Coruscant was kind of dumb in my eyes. The planet was death at the best time. No way it could have been a light nexus. No, actually, I mean, this actually gets talked about during KOTOR. Ironically enough, someone brought up KOTOR, so I'm going to bring it up in here. The idea is that the Force is in all things. Sorry. The Force is in all things, chat. So if you have an ecumenopolis, aka a planet-wide, like a city-wide, a planet-wide city, something that spans the entire planet, right? Like there are so many people there, it has to be a nexus in the Force. It's too teeming with life otherwise. But like, was that a smart or a stupid idea? I don't know. I think you would regardless, and to be fair, chat, this is true even in the new Jedi Order times under Luke in the EU, you would always have to have a temple on Coruscant. Always. Why? It is the seat of the government. There's going to be points where you're going to have to visit. Even if you're not a member of the government, you're still going to have like a delegation in effect. So for that reason, I understand it. But should the main temple have been there? Should they have continued to be embroiled in Senate affairs and stuff? No, I think that was the problem, right? Hyperlanes and going off of them is making traversing difficult. Yeah, like basically in Star Wars, you have like the center of the galaxy. And then you have hyperlanes that go like over here and here, and then a hyperlane that like comes down here, and then one that like comes over here. So like these are the hyperlanes. Why are they the hyperlanes? They're clear. They're a clear route through the galaxy with no impediments. They've been explored. Everybody knows they work, and they are quote unquote the fastest route. So these are where all the trade happens. Planets that exist along these are usually pretty lucrative, and they are the arteries of the galaxy. You can go from this point to this point over here, but it may not be safe. It may not be quick. You may have to be, instead of going like in a straight line, you may have to go like in order to do something like that. So to that regard, yeah, it might be faster. It's sort of like taking a highway instead of taking a back road. The Senate had no standing army of its own, despite the Old Republic doing so. Yeah, that's probably one of the most unbelievably bullshit things. I think it's understood that the Senate had security forces. The Senate had numerous private organizations it could have tapped to handle things, including the Jedi. But they didn't have a standing army because there was nobody really to fight at that point in time. They had had peace for, 1,000 generations. They had literally dealt with no like long-standing conflict. They had minor things, but nothing that really required them to have an army. Which is interesting, because obviously if you go back to KOTOR times, that's the thing. But you could argue those are the early days of the Republic. Those are more of the formative days, the expansion days. And that is maybe why things like that were happening there. And to be honest, that's one of the reasons why everybody loves the KOTOR time period. It's the Republic more in a more interesting time period rather than fat and happy and it's the only major power. Like mercenary armies, yeah, like paramilitary organizations, frankly, because honest to God, it would have been a problem, like dead serious, because you still had criminal syndicates, you still had things like the Black Sun and stuff like that roving around. So it's like, oh, you're gonna tell me that like the Republic had no need for like some kind of forces? Of course they did. They just didn't have need of a standing army. And to be fair, they probably could have levied an army should they require it, but it would have been a temporary thing. The way that you guys got to understand this, think of the Republic as if it's Rome. And if you know anything about Rome, you would know that like usually armies in the like Roman times were things that like they were always under the control of the governors. They were always under the control of the consuls and various other people. And they had to like go fulfill a duty. And once they were done, they came back and they quote unquote disbanded. They would have a standing like organization, but they were not always in use. They were not always in the field, at least not in the early days of the Republic. In the later days, that started to become a major issue. They had to have armies everywhere. They had to recruit from foreign nationals, and it just really ended up hurting Rome. The clones were sadly the quick and easy fix. Yes, which is very interesting, because do you know what the clones are? So, like I said, it's exactly like I was just talking about. The Roman Republic had issues. Its borders kept expanding and expanding and expanding, and in order to be able to handle more and more and more, they had to have battalions here, like, so it became an issue. How do you get this many people when Italy is like this size, right? How do you get people to all corners of the known earth to defend your borders when you are this size? There's only one way. You have to convert the existing populace. You have to use slaves. You have to use natives. You have to use all these other people in order to do it. And it backfired. To be fair, it was an ingenious idea that kept them going probably longer than they would have been able to sustain otherwise. It literally was like, hey, you want to become a Roman citizen? If you're not a citizen, you have no real rights or power. So the only way to become a Roman citizen for some of these people was to join the army. And that's why so many did it. It's like, well, if we're going to be conquered by Rome, if we're not going to be able to stop Rome, Rome's been, around for thousands of years now at this point. What do we do? Well, I say thousands of years. Rome had been around for hundreds of years. Yeah, that's the only thing you're going to be able to do. Like, these people viewed it as an inevitability, and so they just joined up probably to a large extent, hoping to get good stuff out of it. But the problem was they were not Roman. Not in their hearts. It was a means to an end for a lot of them. And that's what kind of causes the downfall of the Republic long term. Besides various other stupid choices. If you can MLB one, should you go ahead and do it? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Also governance, yeah, how could you relativize the land with communications at the time? That's why, to a large extent, they had to let the governors be on an island. And do you know how they chose governors? At least initially. I think this eroded some over time. But how they chose governors were always the former consuls and senators. So, if you don't know what a consul is, the consul is the Roman equivalent of like the Speaker of the Senate, right? Like it is the head or Speaker of the House of Representatives, right? Like these are the people that are dictating the day-to-day running of the Senate. And they are the ones tasked with tie breaking and making policy and that sort of stuff. They are basically the people in control of the government, but the voting power rests in the individuals. Okay. You usually serve I think it was 2 to 4 year term as a consul. You could be elected to a second term, but after 2 terms, you were done, if memory serves. And the issue that we had in certain cases, like, say, Julius Caesar, was some of those rules were not followed. And basically, they were people that had already, like the reason they were trusted with a governorship is, one, it was granting them power and wealth after their term, so that they knew, like, hey, there's going to be a reward for me at the end if I do this. But also, these are people that they already knew could run the government. So they had good administrative and logistical capabilities, therefore making them probably a good candidate to be the governor of an outlying territory. So that's kind of one of the reasons why they would be like, okay, now your term as consul's over, go be a governor. It gets you out of Rome. You're no longer a power threat. You have a lucrative reward, and everybody's happy. So it worked until suddenly that wasn't enough. Suddenly people wanted more. Did you take the John Ultra C? For what? You have to delegate. Yeah, absolutely. Also, why the governors had so much autonomy. Correct. Though the governors could be recalled, and I believe, if memory serves, your term as governor was not permanent. And this was something that Caesar abused. There was an exception for not being able to replace a governor in a time of war, and Caesar was the governor of Gaul, and Caesar, like, absolutely fabricated bullshit wars against the Gauls in order to not be recalled to Rome, in order to not have his term as governor ended. So he abused it in order to stay both politically relevant and prevent his enemies in the Senate from stopping him and removing him from power. I want to see a good girl? Okay. I'll get you some pics. The sea with the ticket for Over the Same Sky. Is that out already? If it is, I haven't touched it. That'll probably be a tomorrow thing then, at that point. Let's see here. So, can at least do my endless summer vacation here. But yeah, like, if you've ever studied the Roman Republic, not only is it, like, super interesting, but it's also something where, from a doomer perspective, you start to notice a lot of, like, commonalities with our current times. And you start going like, oh shit. Like, the big problem towards the end of the Roman Republic was that the political factions could not get along. There was political violence and political deadlock in the Senate. And you look at that sort of shit and you're like, oh my god, man. Like yeah, that actually sounds like everything that's kind of going on. Not to get into that, but I'm gonna need them pics too. Wait, did you? Oh yeah, you redeemed a while back, didn't you? You're gonna be better about that. It's the implication of danger, perhaps. Yeah, it's interesting, and Star Wars largely does like mirror that. You could argue that the Emperor is Caesar, and the Emperor does a lot of similar stuff. The Emperor fabricates a conflict, like Palpatine fabricates a conflict to get himself elected and then extend his powers. And then basically when the Jedi attack him, he goes, okay, no, this is an empire now. Like, they tried to overthrow me. They just don't want me here. You're not safe without my rule. Yada, yada, yada. All forms of government lead to the downfall of Rome. Yeah, I've seen mockeries and stuff like that where it's like, oh, you can tie this stuff to like anything. But to a degree, you can. And I think this is one of those reasons why, like, again, it's important to study history so that you don't make the mistake of the past. It's like, if you know about these things and you see the analogs, it teaches you to watch out for them and why they're not good, right? So therefore, you're not going to want to, like, do the same things yourself. Spartan, thank you for the 80 months. Goddamn. Chat, can we get some love for the big 8-0? I don't even know how many years is that. 60's 5. You're almost at 7 years? Dear Lord. At least Palpatine wasn't selling watches and Bibles. I think when you go back and you look at like the Phantom Menace, it's interesting, but you do start to like notice it's like, what the heck was Palpatine doing? Some of the stuff was just stupid. Phantom Menace to me was the one where it was like, obviously he's playing both sides, but like some of his bullshit doesn't even make sense. And like you get it's like, okay, Queen Amidala and her fleeing the plan and stuff, it's like that's not necessarily according to his plan, but then he uses it. Or like maybe it was all according to his plan, but then that means that like he never wanted her to stay there in the first place, and it's really odd some of the directions he takes. You all know it. Yeah, so I pointed this out at the end of Empire Strikes Back where Luke falls down the hole. Okay? Chat, can you name me one time in Star Wars where someone falls down a long, like, pit or hole and dies? Can anybody name me a time in Star Wars where that happens? No one. There isn't one. Darth Maul doesn't. Luke Skywalker doesn't. Palpatine doesn't. Boba Fett doesn't. Like, everybody that's ever fallen down a hole, you think they're dead, and Star Wars brings them back. Palp dies. He doesn't stay dead. Both in EU and and in Disney verse now. Example, Book of Boba Fett. Yep. Yep. I mean, and yeah, some of that is like Disney bringing characters back. But to be fair, like, for instance, the Boba Fett one, that has always been a fan theory. People wanted that. Book of Boba Fett doesn't happen how anybody wants it to, but it is basically the like something that people wanted in the end. So I can't argue with Disney for that. I think probably the stupider one is that they brought back Maul. Maul is absolutely killed off from Lucas's perspective. And yet, I guess Lucas allowed other people to go ahead and be like, no, Maul's not dead. And that was probably one of the stupidest mistakes Lucas ever made. Maul's a cool character, but I much rather would have seen like a clone of Maul or like some sort of spin-off where it's like him getting trained by Sidious. That sort of stuff to me would have made a little bit more sense than bro got cut in half and survived. It's like, no, I'm sorry, that's bullshit. We watched Qui-Gon die from a simple laser to the chest. And then we've also seen people in the series live through similar wounds. Cody, thank you for the 7. Appreciate it. So, prefer EU Boba Fett story. One of my favorite characters in Disney sucked with him outside of Mando season 2. Yeah, like, I don't hate Boba Fett in the sense that, like, bringing him back to life is not a bad play to me. But, like, okay, so if you guys have never seen Book of Boba Fett, it's like Disney's new interpretation of, like, this is what happens to Boba after he falls into the Sarlacc pit. Boba gets out, and then Boba goes like, hey, I'm getting too old for this shit. I'm gonna become a, like, territorial warlord myself. And it's like, honest to God, right there from that point, not bad. I actually thought that, like, leading up to that, the story was fine. Where the story to Book of Boba Fett gets bad is when you get to the stupid hipster speeder bike gang. I'm not kidding you. When you get to that point, that's where Book of Boba Fett just becomes dumb. Also, because at that point you realize that Star Wars has become infected with the, like, modern ideologies where it's like there is a guy in the speeder bike gang that has a cybernetic eye. Boba Fett makes a comment about looking out or something like that, and then apologizes to the guy. And I'm like, Boba Fett would have never apologized to anybody, let alone to that guy. He is a Mandalorian. So it's like, seeing something like that, you're just like, oh my God. Yeah, he wouldn't care. I completely agree. And so it's like, unfortunately, it's at that point that you begin to realize this isn't Boba Fett. This is Disney's interpretation of Boba Fett. It's not actually Boba Fett. And that's one of the things that kills it for a lot of people. But I actually think, like, the plot line they were going for wasn't a bad one until that point. I thought he wasn't a Mandalorian. No, he is. Jango Fett is a Mandalorian, and he is the clone of Jango Fett. The direct one-to-one clone. And he was trained by his father, so. Like, he is not, how should I put it? He's not, like, directly, like, linked to the Mandalorian clans. Like, he's not a member of them. But you can argue that he is absolutely a Mandalorian based off of how he conducts himself and his past. Like, what would you argue he is other than that, other than saying his job, which is bounty hunter, right? The 6 episodes of shitty desert flashbacks didn't help. I actually didn't mind some of the Tusken Raider stuff. Getting to see that was okay. But yes, I do agree that was kind of an issue. That stuff dragged on too long. Like, if they were to do another Book of Boba Fett, I would certainly watch it. Because I didn't, like, hate it, but I'd give that show, like, a solid 5 out of 10. It was not good. It wasn't the worst thing I've ever watched, but it was not good. So if they came out with another, would I watch it? Yeah, I'd probably morbid curiosity watch it, but, like, they would have to do a whole lot better. Did people get killed in the Sarlacc pit from Return of the Jedi? Yes. The logic behind why Boba Fett could live, and so that you guys understand it, why this was a fan theory. Boba Fett wears Mandalorian armor. Mandalorian armor is the best armor in the galaxy. By far. By far. Not even close. Like, it's telling when there are so many ripoffs of it. Like, for instance, all Stormtrooper armor is derivative of all Clone Trooper armor. All Clone Trooper armor is derivative of all Mandalorian armor. And is it shit? Yeah, those are, like, shitty, cheap, like Temu ripoff versions of it. But Mandalorian armor is strong. Could he have lived even through the stomach acid of a Sarlacc? Yes. And that was one of the reasons why people always had that theory. It's like, well, he probably shouldn't have just died. And Boba doesn't claim Mando status at first, but later on becomes a Mandalore, so does, yeah. Yeah, I think it's like Boba Fett understandably has some qualms with the Mandalorians, but he honestly just like, chat, it's like, I don't know, like being born German and being like, man, I really hate the past history of Germany, not to say the word, right? Like, just for censorship reasons. But like acknowledging the fact that at the end of the day, you're still German, right? It's like, yeah, that's not going to change. So. The cybernetic eye guy wouldn't care either. Yeah, he didn't. That was also really funny. He literally like chastises Boba Fett for apologizing to him. He's like, no, man, I don't care. I love my eye. Anyone know what time JP Lotto is? I know the live streams at 6 a.m. Eastern. I don't know when the actual patch will go live. I haven't looked to see if there's like maintenance and what time it is. But I mean, I would assume it won't be up before that. For reference, right now it is 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Being rescued by Dangar, the turban bounty hunter from Empire Strikes Back. Yeah. The clone armor is surprisingly good, but nothing compared to Beskar. Yeah, the clone armor is still mass produced. So, like, the way to understand it, right? You have Mandalorian armor. You have clone armor. Clone armor is not using nearly as high quality materials. It's mass produced. It's still a good armor design, and that's what it has working for it, but it is not good materials. Then you have Stormtrooper armor, which is derivative of clone armor. It is even more mass produced and dumbed down and worse materials. So, like, this is like the shit brand, right? Like, if this is using like put in modern day terms, if this is using like a titanium alloy, this is using like bronze. This is using shitty like plastic and aluminum foil. That is literally the equivalent of like the downgraded materials. Empire made armor is just shit. Yes, it's like it may as well just be a plastic mold. Wait, can you guys still hear the music? Oh, I think my headset died. Is Durasteel not Beskar? So chat, for those of you guys that read the EU Mandalorian stuff, because I'm not sure if I have. I think I've read some of it, but not all of it. Remind me, was it referred to as Beskar in EU stuff? Because I think that's a Disney creation. Like, I think Mandalorian stuff was always Durasteel. Beskar was always the thing? Was it? Okay. That's news to me, because I thought that was something that Disney had maybe come up with. Because I know for a fact, so chat, here's another one for you. Kyber crystals. Disney creation? Or Lucas creation? So, you're wrong, but you're right. Lucas originally created the name Kyber and then never touched it again. This is actually mostly a Disney thing. Like, it is in his notes as to what the crystal is potentially like a Kyber crystal. It like literally in quotes, right? But from there on out, it is always just referred to as a lightsaber crystal. And it is mentioned that there could be several substitutes for those crystals. Kyber crystals, this is Disney. This is Disney homogenizing everything.
Kyber crystals have been around in KOTOR? Yeah. But it's still like, it's not that they weren't a thing, it's that not all crystals were Kyber. Not all crystals were like of that name and ideology, and now everything is, according to Disney. Pre-Disney, though, they changed how crystals work? No, they didn't. I've actually gone back and done the research on this. They did not change how crystals work. That was all a Disney thing. Crystal bleeding is a new concept? Yes. Yeah, Disney. So I can argue that there was probably the idea before Disney, but it got implemented under Disney. So, because crystal bleeding came out in a comic about Darth Vader. I want to say like a year after Disney acquired the IP, but like, so you could maybe argue it's like maybe this was an idea they had beforehand, but it's like, nah, Disney still is the one that did it. Finding their own crystal? Yes. Jason Solo used Crystal's Mind from the core of Yavin. Yeah, the idea was that you needed some sort of focusing crystal or device. And this is why within Star Wars you have other things other than lightsaber crystals getting used, including Crate Dragon pearls and various other things. So there have even been instances of, I believe, bits of a holocron getting used. So, like, the idea that, like, every lightsaber has a crystal in it is actually a Disney thing more than anything. And so this is always interesting because I always get this question from my more, like, casual fans of the series. But, like, people come and ask me to, like, Cad, does the color of a lightsaber crystal mean anything? And I'm like, no, it doesn't. KOTOR did a lot of like, hey, these are like synonymous with like a class, but I've always treated that as that's just a KOTOR thing and not anything unique to normal lore. And it's really not been a thing because nowadays I start seeing people like trying to attribute it almost to like a mood ring or something like that. I'm just like, no, that's not a thing either. I love the KOTOR idea for it. Honestly, I'm fine with it in KOTOR, but if we're gonna say that like that KOTOR idea needs to apply to everything, no, I hate that idea. I hate it. I will immediately like stomp down on anything. And the reason why is because, again, like someone mentioned in chat before, the idea was always that you go out and you find a crystal that resonates with you. That crystal is not like, oh, well, I'm going to be a sentinel. I'm going to be a blah, blah, blah. And like, that's the crystal you get. Like, no. So it's like, I don't mind it in the KOTOR sense, but I feel like that applying to Star Wars as a whole is a really bad idea. I stand by purple being in between blue and red as a good choice. I don't care what color you have. I think like every color of lightsaber should be possible other than maybe like black and white. I like black and white's kind of a like weird thing, but it is what it is. I can even understand white. Black is like, how do you have a black lightsaber? It's clearly not black actually at that point. And you have the dark saber, but the dark saber is its own can of worms. So yeah, no, the second I mentioned a black lightsaber, I was going to throw out the dark saber, but the dark saber itself is like basically a like fan creation almost at that point. Do you think the crystal changes depending on the person's affinity to them? Perhaps. Like, can it start as green and then shift to yellow and go blue? No, that it cannot. No. Like any concept of that's the mood ring concept of like, oh well, as I get older and more wizened, or as I like get angrier, or as I like become more at peace. It's like, no, I don't like this idea that like lightsaber colors just change with your fucking emotions. I think that's really stupid and dumb. I understand why some people want it. I don't like it. I think that sort of thing is just weird. I much more ascribe to the idea of like you have your own personal crystal, and that crystal is both chosen by you, but it also chose you. And it's sort of like the concept of wands in Harry Potter, chat. It's like that one is yours. Like you have a resonance with it. And the idea that like, oh, we're just gonna like change it at will is kind of weird. YouTube is encouraging chat spam, 25 experience per post. Yeah, I saw that. So what is that? Like what does the experience do? Star Wars droids with synthetic orange lightsabers. I vaguely recall them from Star Wars Rebellion. Yeah, I like. That was the other thing back in the days. Like Sith almost always used synthetic crystals and shit like that. Like because basically most crystals were like light-sided, and the idea that the Sith could like get their hands on an actual one was like, okay, you could, but like the crystal didn't like you and it wasn't going to obey you. Yeah. That's why they're usually red. Yep. There's an experience. There's XP for chatting more. Yeah, no, I'm just curious as to like, does the experience do anything for you? Like, do you level up? What do you get from it? Because I have no idea. What's everyone's thoughts on the Royerden verse? Or the Percy Jackson universe? Sorry, yeah, I was unfamiliar with the term. So far from what I've seen of Percy Jackson, it's interesting. I've watched the first season of the show that they put out on, was it Prime or was it another channel? I don't remember. And I had watched the original movie, I think, that came out. Just chat engagement. Oh, that's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm always happy to have more chatters. Synthetic crystals for more cutting power at the loss of stability was always a cool idea to me. Yeah, I think there's several cool ideas. The only ones I'm against are that, like, if you're this class, you have to be this color. Or when my mood sours or changes, it changes the color of the lightsaber. Those are the two ideas that I'm immediately always going to be against. Like I said, in the context of a video game, I don't mind it. In the context of like, this is canonical lore for the entire series, I'm like, no. No. Looks like you get a badge if you're in a certain position. Okay. Percy Jackson was the first book series I regretted reading. Oh, damn. The second one was bad? I don't know if I've seen the second one. Cad, thoughts on bleeding crystals? I don't. Look, I'll say this. I'm traditionalist when it comes to Star Wars. I grew up with it. Watching Disney change shit is just stupid to me. I don't mind them adding to the lore, but that had not been a thing. And that was something that they seemingly added to make it cooler. I don't hate the idea, but I kind of hate the idea that everybody thinks that it's always been that way. If that makes any sense. Because I have people that just assume that like that's always been a thing and this is the lore. And it's like, actually, no. I think the actual concept of bleeding a crystal does sound like an interesting idea. Because like you go back to the idea of like, oh, okay, they had to use synthetic crystals. Well, I think this should still be a thing. They should still have to use synthetic crystals or bleed an actual crystal. I'm okay with that. I think that's an interesting idea. However, there are two types of bleeding, chat. There is the type portrayed in the Darth Vader comic. And there is the type portrayed in Jedi Survivor. And what was it? The Acolyte. Can chat guess which one I like? So I'm saying this one and this one. These two are kind of the same. Yeah, the Vader comic is good. The Vader comic shows him really struggling. It shows it being an intense, painful, exhausting process. I agree with that. That is how it should be. Guess why I don't like these two? Because in the depiction where it happens in both of these, the person bleeding their crystal just goes boop, and it's the other color. No, that's stupid. That's not cool at all. That's dumb. That's cheap showmanship, and it's done just for like, oh, it's because we did this as a show. Yeah, like, no, I'm sorry. This is the mood ring argument all over again. It's the color of your saber changes because, like, haha, now I'm evil, and like you just watch as their color turns into one of those like summertime popsicles where it's multicolored and then shifts entirely to red. It's like, no, that's stupid. I'm sorry. And in fact, I'd go one step further. That should blow up their fucking lightsaber in their hand if they try that. There you go. That's exactly how that shit should go. Uh-oh. Looks like the campaign's over. This is now costing 40 AP per. I hadn't noticed that. This is why Kylo cracks the crystal. It's hard. The crystal fights back. Yeah, I actually kind of like that idea. Like, the idea of, like, bleeding the crystal being a thing, okay, let's entertain that. Do I think it was necessary in the first place? No. But, okay, what if you're a Sith and you don't have a way to make a synthetic crystal? Could you acquire another crystal and then slowly and painfully bleed it? Yes, I actually like this because it goes with the Sith lore. What is the Sith lore? Just think about their code. Think about everything that they're about. And it's like, oh, well, what would a synthetic crystal be? It's fake, it's cheap, it's something that you made to get an advantage or to get through this process quickly and easily. The dark side is the quick and easy route. Always has been. That's the issue with it. That's logically the lore that they're trying to tell you in the original trilogy, is that the path of the light is narrow, long, and hard. The path of the dark is easy and tempting and like just very, very like easy to fall off, right? So that's what they're trying to do with that. So it's like, oh, them making a synthetic crystal? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that should be a thing. But what if they can't? Yeah, then I think there should be like some sort of like, well, we can turn a crystal, but the crystal doesn't like you doing that, and it's gonna get pissed, right? So I get that idea, and I think that's okay. I'd actually go so far as to say if it's done right, I like the idea. So if it's done like it's done in the Vader comics, or again, like you said, maybe like Kylo Ren, I think that's fine. If it's done how it's done in Jedi Survivor or the Acolyte, that is the stupidest dog water trash I've ever seen, and it should never, ever, 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 ever be done again. Ever. That shit just pissed me off. Now, chat, I had this idea. Would you guys like to have another movie night, since we got the Lotto coming up, where we watch through the Star Wars movies that we haven't watched yet, including the sequels? And I know some of you would be apprehensive. You're going to go, no, I don't want to watch the sequels. Would you want to watch through the sequels while I tear the ever-loving shit out of them? Because I could. I absolutely could. It would literally be a hate watch of the sequels. I could basically explain to you guys everything wrong with them. You mean 7 through 9, yeah. That could make them actually watchable. Oh, to me at this point, I don't really want to watch them too much, but if I'm going to watch them, I'm going to point out everything wrong with them and I'm going to make fun of them. I wish they had just kept with the Jedi good and Sith evil. I mean, to a large degree, they kind of have, but yeah, I do agree. They've been like blurring that sort of thing. I think the idea, though, in not necessarily being Jedi good, Sith evil, is the idea that, like, what is a Jedi? What is a Sith? What is good? What is evil? Like, these sorts of things are something that's tough for us on a day-to-day basis. Like, is it good of me to shit on the sequels? Or is that an evil thing? I don't know, right? Like it kind of depends. It's kind of in the eye of the beholder. There's different perspectives on things. So it's the idea that, like, morality and ethics are a struggle, and they are not a like one size fits all answer and solution to everything. Yeah, you want to know what I'm picking? There you go, the Obsidian Blades. In my opinion, 7 was okay. 8 and 9 was trash. Yeah, I agree with that for the most part. Disney has been trying to deconstruct the Jedi as a group. I'll go even bigger for you. You could say Disney's been trying to deconstruct the Jedi. I'll go way higher than that. Hollywood has been trying to humanize villains for a long time now. Like obviously this goes way back, but I'm gonna say, like, this recent trend has been about a decade long, and it's so fucking tiresome. You have nobody that's like evil for evil's sake. Everybody is like, oh, but I'm evil for the right reasons. And you're like, oh! It's like, oh, I was tortured as a kid. You know what? Understandable. You would have a rough childhood. You would have, like, terrible, like, problems with you because of that. Does that give you the right to, like, brutally murder other people completely unassociated with your torture? No! So it's like, some of it's really dumb. To be fair, I expected John Boyega character to be a Jedi. Everyone did. Everyone did. There's people that defend the demons in Freyren, and everyone rightfully laughs at them and gatekeeps them. Yes. Yeah, I've seen, like, people in Fate trying to gatekeep. I saw it again recently. People just need to, like, chill the fuck out with some of that stuff. I don't understand why people are that way in Fate. Because to me, if you're arguing about the Fate fandom on Twitter, you need to be gatekept. Right there. That simple. Torak, thank you for the 61. Appreciate it, my dude. A coat made out of puppies. Clearly not evil, right? Horrible movie and trend. Yeah, that's in general. I think Hollywood's gotta just do a better job of it. People like a villain that is evil. Like, how? So have any of you guys seen the old Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot? It's the story about the Revolutionary War, where like Mel Gibson is a fighter on the side of the revolution. His boys are fighting with him. It's actually a really great movie, okay? There is a villain in that movie. That villain is such an asshole. And that's what makes him a great villain. You don't root for the villain. You are instead just like, yes, the second the good guys finally overcome the villain. It makes it more fulfilling when the good guy wins then. If you humanize the villain constantly, then the good guy's winning doesn't feel good. In fact, you feel guilt when that sort of thing happens. It's dumb. There is a delicate balance between the villain doing bad things. Yeah, so you have a tragic hero. You can also have a tragic villain, right? The problem is every villain can't be tragic. There are people that are just assholes. There are people that just do things to fuck with people. And they're not good people. And they're not like who you want to be idolizing or lifting up or making people feel bad for. Dio is a great villain. Dio is absolutely a great villain. Absolutely. I completely agree. And why? Dio has an obsession with the family of the main character that goes back generations. Why? I don't know. He just hates them for various reasons. And he never stops and he just keeps doing it. And guess what? There are people like that in real life. That's what makes Dio a great villain. You don't have to humanize him. You don't have to make people feel bad for Dio. People like Dio as a villain because he's just an asshole. The actor that plays Lucius Malfoy, Jason Isaac, I believe? Yes. Oberon was a good tragic villain as an FGO example. No. I don't feel bad for Oberon in the slightest. Fuck Oberon. Don't get me wrong, some people do. Some people feel bad for him. I did not give two shits. I was A-okay kicking the ever-loving piss out of Oberon. Oberon deserved it. All that man does is lie. Doesn't mean I'm like gonna hate on the character and not use him. I just like in the story, no, Oberon absolutely deserved it. Fuck him. That man was a groomer. I'd say Barcast is more out of that. Yeah, honestly, like you could argue that Barcast, maybe Balbon are more. Balbon even is on the line in the story because, so in the same way, like people argue that like Mordred is kind of that same way. It's like you are not responsible for your upbringing, chat. You are not. Okay? If you were raised by abusive people, if you were raised by manipulative people, if you were raised by people that just could not give two shits about you, that is not your fault. You didn't have a choice. That is not on you. So what is? When you begin to have agency and you choose to take that out, not necessarily on those people, there is something called revenge that a lot of people probably would feel is justified in those circumstances. I think there's also logic that like, hey, revenge doesn't pay. It's not a good thing. You shouldn't do that, right? But a lot of people would give you a pass on you getting revenge on the people that did terrible shit to you. When you begin to take that out on other uninvolved people, you don't get that pass anymore. That is you now being the villain. It's regardless of what was done to you, if you go off and harm somebody else that was completely uninvolved, that's a you problem. As in writing and whatnot? Oh, yeah. It's literally his whole shtick, yeah. Insane. Thank you for the 53. Appreciate it, my dude. We are booting up the LD. Close to that 5-year mark. Thank you, Insane. I appreciate it, my man. Yeah, can we get some love for Insane? Being a well-written character doesn't absolve him of anything. Yeah, I think like it's interesting to debate characters, but characters are always in the realm of what if, right? Like they're never like unless we're talking about like a biographical sense or somebody that like the events unfolded right there in front of us. It's like you're almost always talking in what ifs. Spinning down your AP on the free-to-play account. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about how I want to do this, because we are at least partway through Okeanos. So I think I should probably try to continue and get all the way through Okeanos. I did advance it a little bit. We're in section 6 now. So if you need time to catch up to where we're at, that's what we're doing this session. But yeah, we're just going to kind of continue on here. Drake is not the best usage here, but granted, neither is Nido Chris. Let's do one of these, and then one of these, and that's going to have to go. Oh, chat, I also did get Ushi Wakamaru earlier today with a FP roll finally. So this account is getting better slowly. The Fae made me okay with Morgan being a dictator, and I hate dictators. I think like... Oh, hold on. I realized I'm double broadcasting here. There we go. I think like... I've seen a lot of people say that Morgan did nothing wrong, right? Like, and... I mean, Morgan definitely acted in a certain way because of the Fae. And I don't want to get too deep into it for spoilers, because it's probably end up on the stream somewhere in a recording. But I think I can say at least that, like... Oh, I actually should have hit the other wyvern. I think I at least can say that like some of Morgan's actions were probably understandable and justified. The others, not so much. There are certain things that I would still have issue with how she conducted herself. Those are the best types of characters. Villains are better more often than not than the good guys. No, I don't agree with that statement at all. I guess maybe I'm not understanding what you're trying to say, Hans. But like, yeah, no, to me in general, I feel like a well-written villain can absolutely be better than the main character, don't get me wrong. But usually I'm gonna have some kind of issue with that sort of thing. Making good villains tends to be harder from what I've seen. Actually, I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. You want to make a good villain. Here's how you do it. You make somebody that is counter to your protagonist, your hero, right? Like, why are they counter? They philosophically disagree and have a different viewpoint, or they have beef with that main character. Okay? If you do that, then from there, they have a justifiable reason to be at odds with the main character. all you really need to do is just have them keep going at the main character, do terrible things to the main character, and that will make them a good villain. The problem is so many people make these half-hearted villains nowadays where they don't actually do evil stuff. They pull their punches, or again, they humanize them. And in humanizing a villain, you try to make people sympathetic to the villain. But if you make people sympathetic to the villain, people don't necessarily agree with the protagonist anymore. So what you're doing is you're kind of diluting your protagonist, and you're making two. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why people get so tired of that concept. Oh my god, the Saber Lily backlight? Yeah, I just got her not too long ago. But isn't good villains the antagonist? Yeah, you want a villain that is an antagonist, right? Like, if you're not an antagonist as a villain, you're not a villain. Like, you're an anti-hero, you're something else, right? It was me, Barry. Yes, exactly. Can villains be more likely the hero? Likeable than the hero? Yeah, if you write bad. I'm gonna say this. I think it's way harder to write a good protagonist. Way harder. Because writing a good protagonist usually means that you have to find a way to make the protagonist empathetic to the reader. Somebody that is likable, somebody that is actually endearing. And that is difficult in my eyes. Aizen was actually written well. I'd maybe have some issues with that, but I do agree, at least for the most part. Antagonists aren't always villains. No, yeah, villain is usually like, so all villains are antagonists, not all antagonists are villains, if that makes any sense. Your villain is usually what people, well, okay, you have a protagonist and an antagonist. This is weird. I feel like technically, like, no, your actual antagonist is that. You can have other people that are an antagonist, so like, let's say you have a flashback. Like you have a superhero story. The superhero is fighting his arch nemesis, right? And you have a flashback to when he was like bullied as a kid. Like the superhero, right? And it's like, is that bully an antagonist? Yes. Is it the villain of the series? No, not really. Like, maybe the formative villain that made the character think the way that they did, but it's boring if the villain is more sympathetic than the hero, yes. But if the hero is classic Disney hero, then roles are reversed. So the idea is you want a hero that struggles. If a hero does not struggle, if the hero is truly a Mary Sue, you have only one route. Comedy. If not, good luck. That's all I'm gonna say. If you're gonna make a Mary Sue and you're not making it a comedy, have fun. Because that probably means you're just gonna have it probably means that you didn't make the character a Mary Sue specifically to make people laugh. You accidentally did it, and because you accidentally did it, it probably means it's not well written. Yeah, Mary Sue or Gary Stu. Ooh, this is... Why even bother using a rash here? How's stream go? It's going pretty good. There's the on-the-clock antagonists who are doing it exclusively for the job and will stop the moment it's over. Yeah, I like this is why it's difficult, because technically the antagonist is supposed to be the actual foil to the protagonist. Like, using the term hero and villain is basically you just using the term protagonist and antagonist. These two are synonymous, just as these two are. But yes, technically you could have multiple antagonists. Technically you could have multiple heroes and villains. It's like, it's difficult. It's why it's like saying anything with absolute there just really depends on the storytelling mechanism. Uh-oh. Oh, actually, he didn't do bad damage there. There's so many what ifs of superheroes being villains. Example, if this is done right, Saitama. Yes, it's absolutely who I was thinking of. It's like you can have a like extremely overpowered character, but if the threat doesn't like match the level of stuff, so like I'll use Goku as an example. Is Goku overpowered? Yes, but usually the threat matches Goku's level. So is Goku actually overpowered within his own universe? Arguably no. I think that could be debated, but arguably no, right? Versus if you have, like, say, Saitama just kicks everything's ass. He goes through multiple battles. He doesn't even break a sweat. Like, but that is also meant for comedic effect. Can you give me an example, Hans? You're saying there are antagonists that aren't villains. So like what do you mean? Because I'm just trying to get to the root of what you're saying here more than anything, so I can understand you. Also, I get spirited with my debating, so don't take any of this personally. Yeah, I do think you have your like mercenary style. Like, it's just a job to the person. They're doing it because they have to, not because they like want to. It may even be they're doing it like they want to do it, but they their motivations are limited. Like, as opposed to like having the blood feud with the guy, it's like, well, if you're only doing it because you're getting paid to do it, the second you stop getting paid, or the second like the contract's over or something, it's like, yeah, you don't care. And this actually happens all the time in like shows and stuff where it's like, okay, you know, like the actual main villain backstabs the person or like ends their contract. And then they say, okay, well, fuck him. Now I'm siding with the hero. Gary and Team Rocket from Pokemon. Well, I thought Team Rocket was absolutely like the villains of that. But I'm unfamiliar with Gary. You'll have to forgive me for that. Deathstroke in DC Comics is usually that style. What do you mean? Who, like, I don't know who Deathstroke is. Inuyasha's brother was an antagonist, not a villain. Inuyasha's brother is an anti-hero. And you could argue antagonist. But see, like, this really depends. I feel like this is all just subjective, where we're saying, like, what is a antagonist versus what is a villain? Because most people are going to use those terms synonymously. A mercenary? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, they're just doing a job. Ugh. Less fun Deadpool? Oh no. I mean, Deadpool's definitely like an anti-hero. But at least in his case, like, there's so many things nowadays where, like, Deadpool is just, like, portrayed as the protagonist that you could just argue Deadpool is a protagonist. He is the hero. Do it like that. Light Yagami is the protagonist and a villain. Is he an actual villain? That's a good question. I feel like this falls under like the anti-hero treatment, where they have humanized the villain to such an extent that you really cannot call them an antagonist. An example that I would give you guys is Venom. It's like when you do a movie series about Venom, yeah, obviously he's gonna be the protagonist. He's an anti-hero. He's not going to do everything heroically, but he's not going to do a bunch of evil shit either. Jason Solo? Jason Solo is the epitome of an anti-hero. At least with his Darth transformation. Jason Solo is a tragic hero, you could argue. He does it for the entire good of the galaxy. No other reason. Whether or not he's right depends. Spider-Man is the villain? Yeah. Light is more like a vigilante? I mean, I feel like vigilante in this sense just like, again, be used synonymously with hero a lot of the time. So it really just depends. Like basically what I'm trying to point out here is people are using fluctuating terminology to mean arguably the same things. And that the lines are not as clear as chat would be making out. Just in case Mary lives here, we're gonna get the Arash blast in the second slot. The moment like Yagami killed Fake L, he became the villain. But were you rooting for him to get away with it and for him to succeed? Uh-oh. Dangerous question, huh? What about Revan? What about Revan? Well, okay. Which Revan? Pre or post? And the reason I have to ask that question, if you know about Revan, you know that basically he undergoes a transformation. Sith Lord Revan, villain. Villain, yeah. Come on, Arash, I believe you. You can do 3K neutral in an all-buster chain. Of course Venom is a villain. He's in the Sinister Six. But he's not. Not in his movies. So, this goes back to what Stan Lee was talking about, where it's like, who would win in a fight between the Hulk and like Thor or Spider-Man or whoever, right? Like, who's the story about? What story are they trying to tell? It's all a storytelling mechanism, chat. Like that. 52 years. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. I took a nap. Okay, understandable. Let me know if you have any questions, Ash. An antagonist just has to be doing something that runs counter to the protagonist is doing, right? Different philosophies, but the antagonist is not employing morally dubious means. No. No, I think like right there is where I would disagree. It's like there is no qualification at that point. The antagonist might not be employing nefarious means. They also might be. Antagonist is a broad term. Man, fuck Disney movies for real. Comics are the ones to go to, bro. I mean, even comics have issues, right? Like we've definitely seen where like they try to like take some of these characters down the worst arcs imaginable just because the like comic has been running so long and they have to do something. They don't know how to like take a break, basically. Heroes don't kill technically, and Venom does kill. Ooh. I believe there'd be some counterpoints to that. There definitely are heroes that kill. But you look at that sort of thing and it's like, why do they kill? It's probably that they have a justified reason for doing it. A socially justified reason, we could argue. Batman blew up a building, killed several individuals. Listen, Batman doesn't kill people. What are you talking about? They totally lived. Captain America kills and he's a hero. I mean, I think you could make an argument. Maybe he's not. Right? Like, this is why, like, morality and ethics is such a difficult thing. Where do you draw the line? That line is different for different people. Like, do I believe killing is right? No. No, I don't. But do I believe sometimes you have to kill? Maybe. I think there's points at where it's like what you're doing isn't good, but your hand has been forced. I'm just going to full send this. I'm not even going to bother with Neotocris MP because if Hector lives, he'll die to her cards. Not Adam West Batman. He is a man of justice. I agree with you. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. The Disney Star Wars movies have that problem. The entire premise for the sequel movies and trilogy falls apart if the character that literally saw the good in his father when not a single other person in the galaxy did, if that character doesn't try to take his nephew's life because he might be evil, the entire Disney sequels falls apart. Self-preservation is very justified. Yeah, most people would argue self-defense is a proper reason to do things. Vigilantes can be protagonists and by definition of the term employ morally dubious means, act above the law. They act outside of the law. And yes, it's like you could argue that wouldn't make them a hero, but I do believe the term has morphed nowadays into the social acceptance of a vigilante is a hero. I would obviously argue that like there are people like the Punisher, for instance, where it's like they just go around killing people. But who are they killing? Bad people. So it's like some people will view the Punisher as a hero. Some people will view him as an anti-hero. Where that line is different for different people. But they keep making those comics because they know they can make money off of it because people want it. What do you do with the law in and of itself as evil? Ooh, that's a good question. Is not the law always morally justified? Ooh, this is a difficult question. Because basically there is this obvious problem within like modern ideologies that like, yeah, sometimes we view the law as not, but a lot of legal precedents and stuff is based off this idea that the law is the law. It is just. There is, if it is not by the law, it is by textbook definition not just. So this really depends. Yeah, what if the law is corrupt? You don't know. It's a difficult question, basically. Well, getting a rash up and online is certainly paying dividends. Again, this is something I did work on. I have his charge skill almost maxed. In fact, I might be able to do it. I did do a couple of Lancer training grounds. The thing I was waiting on was his homunculus babies, which we won't get until we get to London. The pirates are the villains and the Marines are the good guys, or so we thought. Yeah, no, that's absolutely the other way around, right? But what you're learning is trying to codify people by a class or group is stereotyping and not necessarily good. Are all pirates bad? Maybe not. Are all pirates good? Definitely not. Are all Marines good? Definitely not. Are all Marines bad? Definitely not. So we can't really talk in absolutes other than to like clarify that like there is no absolute. Okay, we have assassins. Doflamingo's totally a hero? Yeah, I don't know about that. This very nuanced take on the brutality of the law taken to the extreme. Yeah. Yeah, I think like at the end of the day, this started out as a semantical argument and this is turning into like some very highbrow concepts. So I'm actually like interested that chat's gone to this length and had this discussion. Lotto for NA or JP? I don't know, Jade. Which one is it? You better watch me every day to find out. I do. I know. It's JP. No, please, not NA. It's not NA. You're fine. NA did not have theirs that long ago, so. Gonna send the waiver cards there. Both at the same time? Both at the same time is actually preferable than staggering. China Lotto rip, yep. You wonder if we're getting a new server or just pure filler before any? I think, I mean, like, they might tease someone. Like, I agree with the statement that someone said that we might get someone new for NPC jail or something. But, like, I mean, we might. Like, I'm not going to say you won't get a new servant, but I'm going to say I don't expect it. If you haven't read any of the Judge Dredd comics, I never have. And actually, it's been a hot second since I've seen the movie. At least 10 years since I've seen Judge Dredd. I barely remember it. Like, obviously, I remember the concept at play, but actually, no, I think Judge Dredd and RoboCop are blending together in my mind. Maybe I do need to watch it again. There should be a CE banner, no? On JP, yeah. Yeah, we have Under the Same Sky CE banner. Game's still not really throwing anything at us at this point that's really a big deal. Most of these fights, as you guys can see, we already have our like kind of go-to solution for the node, and we're just regurgitating, just kind of going through the paces. Obviously, if you're reading story, it's not going to be this boring. You're going to get way more like information. You're going to be way more engrossed, which is one of the reasons why I ask you guys to read the story, because it's generally speaking a good idea. And I card this. Do I trust waiver? This is a mistake. By 300. I knew I didn't have his attack buff on, and I'm like, he's not gonna do it. But he did, just barely. Arash, Yeetus, Deletus. 36k Golem. I'm actually kind of glad I saved him. Again, I have not done Arash's upgrade for his Noble Phantasm, so this is just Arash NP5 kind of just bodying enemies, and it's one of the reasons why he is just so strong. Obviously, if we get to a more like problematic boss fight, this wouldn't be good, because you're definitely going to have some issues with like, oh, if he's your only archer and he kills himself, that's not a good thing, right? Like, you end up in a bad environment there where it just doesn't work out for you. Are all the judges in Final Fantasy XII good or evil? I think you could argue that almost every single judge is evil. There's maybe one exception. At least from the perspective of the protagonist. Yeah, we don't know any of the details. We're going to find out the details literally tomorrow morning during Trubs' stream. We're almost to the end of Okeano's story here, chat. So these first couple singularities are pretty fast. Obviously, if you're reading through them, it'll take you a little bit longer. But like, the nodes are kind of repetitive. They don't go very much anywhere. So if you're looking for like exhilarating gameplay, that's not going to happen here in these early singularities. You will get that absolutely later on. But for here, for now, not that big of a deal. And actually, since these are all the appropriate class, we can just stagger cards here and kill. Arash will at least be able to kill that. Isn't there a fan theory that the protagonist is the actual villain in 12? You're talking Van? Maybe? I think, like, obviously, if you... These sorts of things are somewhat subjective, right? Because, like, well, what if we're looking at this from a different viewpoint? Say, for instance, you're looking at it from the perspective of the Empire. Then, yeah, absolutely. But is that the way that it should be? No, probably not. What do you mean this is pure excitement? Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not focusing very much on it. I'm just kind of making choices. Claude Van Damme. I wish it was Jean-Claude Van Damme. Ooh, just barely he lives. I actually probably could have done better if I didn't have, oh, I guess he doesn't like Waver there. I could have done better if I didn't have a Rash versus him, but, still a 3-turn, even though we could have 2-turned the node. So again, having John Alter really making this a whole lot easier. And even if somehow you maybe didn't like have enough evocation leaves to have as many welfares as I did at this point, you guys saw kind of how I unlocked them. John Alter was newer. I feel like if I had the choice again, I probably would have gone with John Alter first instead of Kentoki, but she kind of had just come out right as we were starting. Yeah, I'm going to argue that the story for 12 is not very good. That is my primary gripe with 12. I actually like the gameplay of 12. I am not the hugest fan of the story of 12. The characters are interesting. They're just not well written. The macro story at large is interesting. How everything unfolds is not. These are hard bosses. Oh, I mean, we'll definitely encounter some hard bosses in part 1. Well, hard, right? Like, but, you know, this is not really worrisome to me at this point. I'm gonna try a mighty chain here. Uh-oh. Just enough. My 1-star level 60 carding his way through. Let's go, baby. Putting in work. All right, Arash, you just delete us. This is the alt account. When did I get Waver? I started with him. Hello, HSR. You fight Vayne because you disagree with his methods, but not his motives? No, I think I disagree with his motives too. Because his motives are still self-centered, right? Alright. Not even going to use an MP because why bother? I didn't even need the second card. Should have split them. Whole lot of Pirates of the Caribbeaning here going on. This is Okeanos. Okeanos is actually my least favorite singularity, even though I do love some of the characters that appear here. Just because I feel like this singularity is kind of a load of BS. And it does feel horribly repetitive. Just island hopping for like 90% of it? Yeah, pretty much. I believe it done. Yeah, Camelot's the first one you kind of got to prepare for. Like, I'm already at that point where I probably need to start getting a second archer up and online. Who and what that is and how, I think is gonna remain to be seen. Because like right now, I have the singular copy of Urael. Don't have much else. I mean, I obviously have Arash, but Arash murder hoboing himself is not going to do me much good. Though I can probably also get away a little bit here with Jalter. She's just not going to be the best solution. Probably a backline solution at that point. Billy or Robin are good options. Yeah, I haven't rolled Robin, unfortunately. I have Billy, so Billy's probably... It's really going to come down to who I have more MP levels of at that point, and who I can, like, more appropriately get up, because if I remember correctly, the issue with Urael and her skills is that you take, they get Serpent Gems, and especially Hearts of the Foreign God can be the issue. I'm actually going to do it like that. This way I don't have to get the extra attack. Curious if they ever animated Okeanos, if they would expand or rework parts of the story. They probably would. But I don't think you're ever going to see this animated. Not at this point. I'm going to be honest with you guys, chat. I don't see them doing another anime for Fate Grand Order. Not unless they really start getting robust plans for part 3. And if they do, great. But I don't necessarily see it happening again. Because I don't think the existing animes have done too well for them. And to me, I think the larger issue at play there is because they skipped a lot of the story. So, like, I feel like for most people, the Grand Order animes are somewhat difficult to be, like, the entry point for. Because you're kind of just thrust into them with not much explanation. They should rework old singularities, to be honest. Nah, it's not really worth their effort. Like, if they spent all their... Like, let's say they spent the entire next year reworking the original singularities. How would the fan base feel about that? Not good. People just want them to kind of like move on and do more story, not retread. This is gonna be a rash yeetus. I just want to redo all the bosses I want. Yeah, I don't think people would have issue with that. Can you imagine the shit show an Agartha anime would cause? I actually feel like an Agartha anime would make way more people like Agartha. Because I'm going to be honest with you. One, I think a lot of people didn't actually read Agartha and they'll claim otherwise. And two, I think basically it would flesh out the points of the story and people would realize that they've kind of been making mountains out of molehills. Salem is the one you hate most? Salem would probably actually be the most difficult Epic of Remnant to adapt. Because it's a very tonal related piece. And I can see that you just may not be fans of the whole, like, God, what's his name? Style. Lovecraftian? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, who is the guy that... Well, HP Lovecraft. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I was like, God, my name... Or my brain could not come up with the name all of a sudden. What do you mean? There is a Tsukihime anime. Go watch that. Slow but steady wins the race here. Gonna keep taking Drake. One of the worst endings they've done? I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. They should have break bars to it. They probably would. I mean, like, if they went back and did like a hard mode, they would absolutely do that. And like something like that, like redoing these singularities, I don't think they need to do. Adding like boss replayability, I think is something they could. Adding, I don't know, like again, a like higher difficulty is probably something that would take work, but they could. Yeah, don't promote that shit, horrible anime. Listen, after watching people gatekeep, I'm of the opinion, like, just let people watch, read, do whatever the heck they want. People are like, hey, should I start the series here? Yeah. Go for it, man. Hope you love it. That's honest to God, my opinion at this point. Fate, and to a large part, Tsukihime and the greater Nasuverse as a whole, I feel like is just kind of infected by a bunch of how should I put it, like ne'er-do-wells that just don't want to see. Oh shit, that's not good. So I could scuff it here and go back, and if you do, you could like close it out, but this is the first time I underestimated her damage output. I did have a full Brave Chain, so this will still do a lot, but it's not going to kill Medea Lily. But that is an option for you. If you ever make a mistake like that, and it's a critical one, you can close down your application on your phone and come back. As long as you do it before the next turn, or like the end, you'll be fine. And you can reverse it and correct your mistake. I'm not going to do it because I haven't done it yet on this account. At least as far as I know. Maybe I did it originally like way back in Fuyuki or something once. But like, yeah, it's not high enough stakes that this matters. And if anything, that told me that the limit on Jolter's damage is about 20k. Okay, so we just have to deal with the Dragon Tooth Warrior. If I get any Jolter cards here, that is a lot of crit damage. Alright, should be fine. Gonna put Jolter's cards in the later positions because she is more effective. And there you go. Got a lucky quick crit, but it didn't matter. It would have killed either way. Bunch of tourists, for lack of a better word. I understand that gatekeeping is a necessary thing in fandoms, but I feel like people just gatekeep everybody they don't like rather than gatekeeping people that are actually like a problem and like spreading misinfo and stuff like that. That's who needs to be gatekept, not people that are like, hey, I just enjoy the series different from you or something like that. Having Musashi be so gimped just hurt the experience. What, for Shimosa? I think the story for Shimosa is great. Like it's my favorite of the Epic Remnant stories, but I do agree. It's like I've always been of the opinion that giving you a hamstrung unit, it's not good for like for making people want to acquire the unit themselves. Good old days having to close the app because no back button. Yep. I mean, it's still a thing. You still have to do it from time to time. Okay, Herc and Medea Lily. Now, Herc here is the actual threat. We're talking threat assessment. If you know what these characters do, this is easy. If you don't, this might seem intimidating to you. They both have really high health, and literally one of them is a berserker, so they're going to be effective against everybody. Here's usually how I triage these situations. I try to tell or ask myself, who is the threat? Is Medea Lily the threat, or is Herc the threat? Well, in Medea Lily's case, she's actually a healer character. Her Noble Phantasm heals the party. So is she a threat to me? I mean, she might eventually kill me, but if anything, actually, her attacks usually are not that powerful. They're woefully pathetic, and I just know this from experience. So to me, Medea Lily, absolutely not a threat. The one who is a threat is Heracles. Why? Well, because he hits hard, he has dodge, and he has guts, which is really, really annoying for trying to kill him, especially as a berserker. So we are going to try to one-tap him. That is to say, I'm going to try to kill him as fast as humanly possible, irregardless of, like, everything else going on. So we're just going to prioritize Jerker's cards here, focus on Heracles. Hopefully the Noble Phantasm is enough to kill him outright, and then the cards overflow into Lily. And it is. A little bit of stuttering here, but there you go. Got Medea Lily pretty low. See, she has charge gain. Not a concern now that we got rid of Herc already. She hit Waver. She barely did any damage to his health bar. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pop Nitocris's NP just to kind of get it out and get the damage off of it. But realistically speaking, not gonna deal too much damage. I could have led with the Jerker Buster card there if I wanted. It would have potentially made the Arts card in the third slot deal a little bit more damage, but at this point I'm just backloading her cards just to get the most damage I possibly can out of it. There we go. You can see she's got a lot of burn stacks. She actually can cleanse them, but probably won't. Okay, we're ticking her for 2,500 per tick. We'll lead off. You know what? No, let's just go Mighty Chain here. We're gonna go with Waver into Jerker cards here, just for kind of maximum firepower. And there you go. Got a lucky crit there. It might not have killed otherwise, but it was probably fine. And it's not our final fight. Even looks wise, yeah. I'm just talking in general for people that are new, not, you know, quite understanding like how to threat assess an FGO. Obviously, Berserker is going to be a little bit concerning because Berserker is going to deal effective damage to everybody versus, like, say, the caster. That's not going to deal effective damage to me. Maybe to my Berserker, but other than that, it's like, yeah, there's not a huge concern there for the caster compared to the Berserker who hits hard and is tanky and survivable. So it's like, if I just act first and get rid of them, I don't have that issue. Actually, let's not take Drake here, just given what the enemy types are. Just in case something goes wrong, I'm going to end up taking Artemis here, aka Orion, in the back line, and that should work out well for me. Yeah, they did, Sar. And she finally gets the third skill, like, way later in the story. I think it's, like, after the fight that you already would have needed it. Okay, so this is a 1 out of 2. However, this is very likely to be, like, a boss fight yet again. So I'm actually going to do one of these. I'm gonna pray to God Arash can do 6k with that quick card. He can't. Doesn't matter. It's still 1 out of 2. So we'll still have the attack buff for at least 1 turn of the following wave. But essentially, I'm milking a rash for right now. So his Buster card at least can do enough. Sometimes just a judgment call and stuff like this. Like, part of me just intrinsically knows even if I took multiple turns, it wouldn't be a huge issue. So this was a big nothing burger. I was expecting, again, because I'm not reading the story here, what a certain outcome here was. I shouldn't have done the Arash card, but whatever. Arash will easily kill the side zombies. He just might not kill the main enemy here. But he probably did. And he did. So that doesn't matter, and we easily get through the node without even having to use Jerker's MP. So you do have to wait for Nidocris to rotate in. Year 1 John is a different beast compared to current John. Yes. For a 3-star C for waiver now, I probably could. It just hasn't really been an issue. Though, admittedly, we might do it right here. If memory serves, I know what the fight is. I don't really want to take Drake. I don't really want to take any of these. I'll go with Orion, but it be what it be. So, what can we slap on waiver here? One critical star each turn is not terrible. Yeah, we'll actually go with Jeweled Sword of Zelrich there. So this is probably going to be a let Arash just kind of go. Dragon's Meridian, I already have it in use. I only have 1 so far, unfortunately. I'm actually going to milk this. So because I have a turn of all these cards, I am literally going to take a triple chain here. The ghost can drain, so it is a concern, but there's only going to be 1 of them. He drains waiver, which is actually the one that like I cared about the least there, so that's perfectly fine. And then from here, I'm going to Mighty Chain, and I'm going to get prioritize Jerker's cards to get her more MP game. Okay. I'm just going to let Arash here go on the ghosts. The 24k ghost might live. And it will. It actually took less damage than the others as well. He did about 19k to the others, and that one he only dealt like 16k to. Alright, no, this is also a nothing burger, so... At this point, we're so close to the end, I'm kind of like guessing where the main fight is, and it's not here. Which I thought this was a different fight than it was, so... To this day, I still use Jeweled Sword 3-star C a lot. Yeah, I mean, if you have to NP gain with the character, it's great. Usually, I just will slap on Dragon's Meridian, but it's definitely not bad. They ended up buying the coins. I have left coins for later. But we can talk about that here a little bit. When I get done. Story definitely be dragging on a little bit here. Jack, can anyone tell me how many sections Okeanos has? Actually legitimate question. Too many? Is it longer than I thought? 15? Oh crap, we may have to stop here then. Okeanos may be longer than I anticipated. 14 sections? Now, this is going to be an interesting one, because I doubt my Nidochris is going to be strong enough to death proc that ghost. It's possible, but it is a gold rarity ghost, so unlikely, especially since I don't have her skill leveled. Yep. Neither got death proc. She at least killed the one, though, so that makes this easy. Easy fodder. Here we go. Okay, so let's talk about coins, chat. Because this was brought up, and we're kind of getting to a good point for that. What do I mean? Well, you're going to start encountering servant coins. Servant coins are a mechanism by which you can unlock a character's append skills. They're also the mechanism that allows you to grail a unit past 100, so this is why we caution you with regards to using them. If we go look at our enhancement screen, you can kind of scroll on down to the append skill section, and you can see how many coins you have for various characters. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot for some of these. Some of them, like Waver here, for instance, I have a ton. This is because the amount of coins that you get is dependent on the rarity of the unit. When you roll a 5-star unit, you get 90 coins. When you roll a 4-star unit, if they're limited or story locked, you get 50. If they're a permanent 4-star, you only get 30 coins for each copy that you roll. And then that number just keeps going down. So, especially with regards to 4-star and 5-star units, you need to be exceedingly careful about how you utilize any servant coins. The same can also be said of 3-star and lower units that are maybe limited and you can't get additional copies, or story locked in the same vein. If you have some sort of issue with the character and you know you're not going to be able to get more copies easily, that's your sign to be careful with how you do it. Now, with regards to certain other units, you have coins that you can get from purchasing, like, say, Welfare's here. I could actually buy additional coins for John Ultra Berserker. The idea goes that it may be worth it, but it may not be. And usually for most characters, the append that is most worth is the mana loading append. That is their second append skill. So it's going to be the middle one. If we click on Jerker here, you can see it's load magical energy, aka mana loading. This one will literally give you, when you unlock it, 10% charge at the beginning of battle. This is in addition to any craft essence effects. If you level this skill all the way up to 10, you would get 20% starting charge. That is super valuable in a lot of situations. It's just, I'm not going to say free, but it is something that you can't get in any other way. So this actually does facilitate looping for quite a lot of characters. This actually does allow them to get to a Noble Phantasm faster and maybe get more powerful effects out of a better craft essence that they can start with. So there's a whole lot of reasons to grab load magical energy here, aka mana loading. The extra attack boost is usually good. I have a tendency to say that you probably want this on primary damage dealers and solo units that are going to deal a whole lot of damage. units that you're going to want to use their entire chain of cards constantly. So on a unit like Jerker here, probably be pretty good because she's kind of hard carrying me right now. But you're not going to have a whole lot of coins for most other units. So again, you're going to have to pick and choose how you want to spend them. And my advice is, if you're ever unsure, don't spend the coins. Just don't. If you're not sure, if you haven't made up your mind, if you haven't done your due diligence, just don't spend the coins. Because getting them in more cases can be more difficult than not. Especially for a free-to-play character. If you're somebody that whales, yes, it's entirely likely that you could get more copies of other units and you could get more coins. But with regards to free-to-play characters, or players rather, they're not going to necessarily have a whole lot to roll. They're not going to be swimming in a whole bunch of units, and they're not going to have a whole bunch of coins. You do get coins from other sources, like bonding up the unit, so that is actually going to be one of your other ways to do so. But remember, bonding is finite and limited, so you will get some from that, but you'll also get some from rolling the unit, and rolling the unit is typically going to be how a lot of people get a whole bunch of their coins. With regards to this, my advice is, if you ever plan on potentially grailing the unit, you might want to consider holding off on the coins until you learn the exact amount that you want to get. If you kind of know, like, hey, I'm not going to grail this unit to 120, then the coins are kind of free for you to go ahead and use them on their appends. But if you ever remotely think you might grail the unit to 120, sitting on the coins is probably the better play, because, again, they are somewhat limited depending on the character that we're using. So this can be a little bit of an issue for players, as sometimes you'll end up in a situation where you're just kind of sitting on the coins. You know you could use them for the append skills, and they just kind of rot there until you're ready to grail the unit. It is what it is. There's not much you can do about that, but at the end of the day, this is, again, one of the reasons why I've told you guys not to focus on it too much. For a new account here, if you're going to do anything with servant coins, and again, this is assuming that you don't want to grail the unit, you don't want to, like, do anything else, and you know that you reasonably have a lot of coins and can get more. If that's the case, my advice is, for now, just unlock load magical energy. Don't do anything else. Don't bother. I didn't talk about the third append because the third append is different on different characters, and frankly speaking, sometimes it's really good, but the majority of the time it's not. So my advice is, for right now, at least ignore that third append. There are also fourth and fifth appends that we have coming out in the future. They are not out on NA yet as of the recording of this video. They will be in the future. They are also very similarly. The fourth append is always crit damage up. The fifth append is always cooldown reduction for the first time use of all of your skills. Those can be, like, especially the fifth append can be really game changing, in some cases even better than load magic energy, but it really depends on the unit, and it really depends on how many coins you have. So again, my advice, when in doubt, like, feel free to do that. And that was actually one of the reasons I was going to come in here, was to see how many coins did I have for a rash, because load magic energy is one of the things I want to get on a rash. So the more copies of him I get, the more coins I'm gonna get, the more I'm gonna be able to kind of do with his appends. With the 3 stars and lower, especially the permanent ones that you're gonna be rolling all the time, you're gonna get a ton of those coins eventually. So getting all of their appends unlocked isn't the worst idea. Like, for instance, you can see in Arash's case, his third one is anti-rider damage. So he's an archer. He's effective against sabers. Rider's in a completely different, like, sort of round robin rock paper scissors tree than he is. But hey, you know, you've seen me already where I just had to use him in, like, a neutral environment against a rider and had to just kind of, like, go ahead and throw his noble phantasm out to clear the wave. So not a terrible thing to get on him. And that's something you need to ask yourself, is, like, how often you're going to be using yourself in scenarios where you're going to see this. Like, for instance, getting the extra attack boost on a rash, almost completely worthless, because odds are his role is to come in, fire off his NP, and kill himself and rotate the party. So you're almost never going to get his actual extra attack. But he is a rare sort of extreme exception to a lot of these rules. But yeah, again, load magic energy, super strong on him. But would I want to grail him to a higher level? I don't know. But he is a permanent low star unit, so I reasonably have infinite coins of him. Even if I don't have as much as maybe some other accounts, I will at least still be able to get a ton from doing the FP rolls on a near daily basis. So, and yeah, again, let's go ahead and do the FP rolls, see who we get. Like we were just talking about, we probably need some archers coming up here. This is somebody or something new. Somebody new. It is a writer. Teach? Yeah, Teach. There you go. Teach is not a bad writer. He's not a great writer either. He's serviceable. He's AoE. He's Buster. And he is literally Blackbeard. He's also a bro. Okay, I have enough for at least 2 more FP summons. Again, part of that is just using those FP units in the story support all the time. So that's really nice. We do get the occasional foe cards. Don't burn these. Don't get rid of them. Just, you know, if you're unsure of who to put them on, that's fine. You don't have to use them right away. But my advice, just like with the pins, is that, like, don't get rid of them. You're going to want to eventually use them. And they are really, really good to save because you want to be foeing up everybody on your account eventually. But you probably want to prioritize your main carry units first. All right, Hans Christian Andersen. Hans is actually a support character. He is a very good one at low rank. His biggest issue is his survivability. He does not have a lot of health. And it can take him a bit to get to his NP if you've already used his skills. But he is actually really good. He has party healing. He has party attack up and defense up. So he is really, really nice as a low star like option for you guys that don't maybe have a better support. So you can see here, there you go. Chance to increase attack. So it's not guaranteed every time, but it's still good and you can increase it with overcharge. And chance to increase defense for 3 turns and restore HP per turn for 3 turns for all allies. So really, really, really nice. You can see me just kind of skipping over the effect increases with overcharge. It's obviously a good thing for that, but some of the stuff can kind of get difficult for people to read a little bit, so it's why I'm just kind of summarizing. But yeah, that's a really, really stellar pickup for me. Let me make sure he was locked. He was. And yeah, that's absolutely going to help things out. So that's going to be it for this episode, and we will end it here with regards to our teaching lesson. Hello, Avalon. How's it going? I'll need to do FP rolls next month for Grail casting. That'll be fun. Yes. Yes, it will. Story. Fight do be boring sometimes. Yeah, I do agree with that. Heat is killing me. It's like 105 here. Ooh. Okay, chat. We are going to go ahead and switch gears here. Again, we have Lotto tomorrow, so I'm going to be chilling out, max, and relaxing all cool. And we're going to be playing some Dune Awakening. My main man, Mr. Ashura Miru, has gotten the game as well, so he's there. Shiro has the game as well, and I think Cal has it as another person, so we now have like 4 people that have the game. I'm still having a blast with it. It's really, really fun. Highly recommend it to you guys. We just had the Coriolis Storm. I actually dropped down to VIP 3 just in case somebody wants to come in and chat with me. But yeah, we just had the Coriolis Storm happen on the server, which reset all of the nodes of the server. It did not reset our base or our progress. It just reset the locations of things. It does reset the entire end game zone, but that's a separate area. Neat, so you'll be building bases together now? No, chat, you guys haven't seen my base. I built an in-game base. It's not done yet, but I did all of this farming myself. Let me kill song request here for a bit. Did y'all go on the same server? There is no private server, but yes, we are all on the same server. Like I said, I actually kind of like the fact that we're all playing. So we're on Iron Watch server, and I'm in Siege Tharwa, which is like a shard of the server, I guess. No problem, Hans. Have a good one, bud. And maybe in-game, but does the ceiling shit rocks? Look, I have no idea why that's the thing. So this is still the base that you guys are used to. And actually, I think my room's cold enough, so let me turn off the fan now. Ugh. Because if I don't, I can't hear the like passive, more quiet sound effects, and I kind of need to be able to hear those to survive. Which character's name? Aurelia Pendragon. You can see I already have Ash and Shiro in here. Yeah, let me. What's your character's name? Because I can get you added potentially. I don't know if I have you added on Steam. I need to actually like dead serious chat. I need to actually make a like friend group on Steam for like our server and stuff. Rink? Let me see. Invites. Nice search player. Are you online right now? I assume this is you. Rink 14534. Had the bike online finally? Nice. Not yet. Yep, that's me. Nice. And let me... I don't know what either of these two buttons do. That's a party invite. And I hit the plus sign, so I don't know what that does. Feel free to join. Yeah, so we have the scholarly collaboration. I have sided with Atreides. Atreides has won most of the ones on our server. So we now get the benefit of 50% increased experience gain. So you guys will actually level faster, too, from this. There you go. Invite to guild and send friend invite. Both those should pop up for you guys. But yeah, this is the original base that I built. Let me show you guys the new base, but first I need a body. Do I have a spare? Nope, no spare body. Okay, chat, let me go get a body real fast. Just gotta go to Body Mart. Just go find a body. I'm in Vermilius Gap. Oh, nice. Got him. I love the shield mechanics, man. Okay, wait. Come on, give me the thing. Loot that body now. Play my flute while I loot that dead kid's body. Someone can buy Harkonnen building set as Atreides without betraying Atreides. You're bleeding, by the way. Also, hello. No, I've heard that you can buy all the stuff and then switch sides. I just haven't bothered with that. I'm like, I don't really care for the Harkonnen building set anyway, so it's been a thing. I have the Atreides building set though. Anyways, let's deposit a body in here. And this thing it's the Fremen Death Still, and it will exsanguinate the entire body here and basically milk it for all its water. Kind of disgusting, I know, but it is what it is. Things that I would like never say in real life, video games make me say. But yeah, here is my Ornithopter. I think chat has seen this now. I will show you guys my new base. out over here in the distance. I'm here in the Vermilius Gap right now. We're just kind of flying as high as we can because the way the ornithopter in this game works, you don't want to fly too high, but you basically just fly up about as high as the game will let you, and then you just glide. And it's really fuel efficient. Don't use any fuel while you're gliding, so it's really, really nice. And you're actually, like, it doesn't look like it, but we are actually moving really fast. Moving about 162 kilometers per hour right now. You completed it? Nice, nice. Yep. So I started building an in-game base, and we're coming up on it now. Right down here on this ridge that I'm headed towards. I'll give you guys the brief tour. So we're up on this little ridge here. We have this entire land pathway up, which I created a little bit of a stair step for. We have the front entrance. Kind of difficult to see at night here, but we have several windows and viewpoints out. Flying looks super convenient given the terrain. It's actually pretty good. I just built this back tower here, and actually I kind of got capped. I can't make the tower any taller, but that will change soon. And then here's the left side of it. This is where my my wind turbines are for powering the base, at least right now. There's not much going on in it, so we don't have too much stuff moved over here yet. But I do have the hangar in here. There we go. And I have little trap doors, so there's like little underparts down here in the hangar. I didn't mean to do that, but sure. I also have a little closet over here for stuff. And also another little trapdoor out here because we're built up on this rocky ledge and we actually can get out of the base downward if we need to. So I didn't bother to like seal this stuff off because I just didn't need to. I was just like, well, whatever. Like, let's leave us a like down below exit point in case you wanted to come out here. So again, this is the hangar in here. And then we have, this is the, like, main hallway. Turn on my light a little bit here. But right now I haven't done anything with the interior here. I just kind of built the outer skeleton and shell of the base. I did throw down some storage containers. We've got just kind of various points of entry and exit along this. Including like up here, it can lead out into the veranda. Haven't completed building all of it, so we'll be doing a bunch of that probably tonight and into tomorrow. Then up here, you've also got a exit point between the rocks. I like using natural formations to build a base. It's really fun to me. And then we kind of have the entire like viewing point up in here. We can see out. The windows kind of suck though, just because everything's so dusty in Dune. If we run back over here, this exit to get to the hangar also can go up here to the left. Comes back inside. This is actually where the fief console is that controls the entire thing. And then we can come onto the roof, which I'm basically building a second story towards now. For everybody that needs rooms and such. Do you hate Sanson's gets into everything? Yes. Then we have the front door over here. And right now I have a couple of other generators right here, but this is that front entrance that you guys saw. We have the Atreides emblem over here. This was another like side entrance that I never took you guys in. So you can come down over here, come out onto this little veranda. And we also have another little hidey hole to escape downward. Right here, so there's the front ramp, and you can actually come down out the bottom of this. You crouch, and you can actually get down below that quickly. So you're now down on ground level pretty much. Again, we have the entire front base. There's actually a big Atreides bird up there, but it's kind of difficult to see with how dark it is right now. This is the front door entrance. Then we have over here a side garage for land vehicles and such, including an entrance into the base proper. Because what I've thought about doing is maybe like opening up some portions to the base so that they could be public, so that people could come in to shelter from sandstorms if they wanted. But yeah, here is the garage, and I have other doors here. Basically, the number on the door indicates the access level, so this is now everything in here is set to 4, which means it is all guild related, so everybody within the guild can access it. Well, actually, yeah, there you go. So you have owner only, co-owner, which I think you can assign, associate, which is like you and your friends, and then guild, which is everybody within your guild, and then public is everybody can use it. So you almost never want to set anything to public unless, like I said, you just want people to have access. And then let me see, general settings. Let me change each of these. There we go. How do you feel about the game? At the beginning, it seemed like a lot of raging. It was a lot of raging until I figured out how the mechanics work. Now I know how the mechanics work, and everything's fine. Everything. I don't have any issues with it. I do have a couple of small gripes, but they're really, like, minuscule. Like, for instance, in Conan, if I wish to build something, here's my construction tool, put it on my bar, pop it open, right? If I wanted to say build the same building piece as this like circular grate, right? I could actually click the middle mouse button and it would copy that. That is a quality of life they didn't take over from Conan. I wish they did. And that's just a really small gripe, but it at least makes building easier and more seamless. And like now, instead I'd have to go find it over here and like get it this way. I could also use my scroll wheel to find other stuff, so that's a thing. But yeah, it's just small stuff like that. There's minor inconveniences, but nothing that I've been like, oh my god, this really sucks. I can't stand the fact that they did this. And you can see there are other bases around here. And actually, I didn't show you guys either. We come back down over here towards the garage again, or rather the hangar. Actually do have another side path out here out back. Kind of goes behind the main hub room. And we have the tower back here, which this is a recent addition. Tower has the upward and downward parts. Basically built the downward part in here. We can store stuff down here if we want. Also have kind of just the entry point. Looks nice, almost cathedral-esque. Then we have the upper point, which has all the viewing windows. You can see the rest of the base. You can see out over the surrounding wilderness here in pretty much all directions, 360 degrees. Like I said, I'll probably make this tower taller. Got a nice domed roof as well. If you right click and go to part picker, you can copy what you're aiming at. You right click and go to piece picker. Thank you. Okay, so that's still not as good as middle mouse click, but that's at least something. I will give them that, and here's the roof. I'm just, because I created a couple of phantoms out here, I'm getting rid of them. Didn't realize I was accidentally creating them. But you can actually see these green boxes are literally where the limit of my land claim is. So we just barely have enough room for this. I could maybe fit another half wall's worth of width on top of this, and that would be it. But I can actually extend the claim vertically as well, so I can get a little bit more headroom.
How far north are you? Because I'm ready to ride up there.
You don't want to come to this base yet, because it's not fully functional and online. Because this is all the way in the eastern shield wall. This is pretty much not as far north as you can get, but it's really far north, and it would be difficult for you to get here. You want to head to the home base in the western Vermilius Gap, which I don't know if you can see the map on my screen. I don't know where you are. I can... Hold on, let me add you to party. I don't think Shira's online yet.
Okay. So that's...
I built my base with a hammer. Huh?
I've never seen anything up there, so it's all foggable.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go get in the ornithopter. I can guide you. I still took falling damage, SMH. And I can actually go out vertically or come in horizontally from the hangar with the way it's designed, so it's really nice. I'm sure my neighbors are not happy with me. I have plopped this down like in basically 24 hours. So they're like I know this dude has already expanded his base in the time that I've been doing it. And I think he made it all Atreides now too, which it wasn't before. So he's looking at it and he's like, what the fuck, dude? Now my beautiful vista is like fucked up by that thing. Time to unfog Ash's map. I can actually carry him on the ornithopter in theory, but probably not a good idea with his vehicle. You can see if you go too high, you'll actually consume more fuel, so I don't want to do that. Get down, glide. I'm headed right to the base. See if I can see Ash on the map. Ash is all the way down there at the shipwreck. Sure you're ready to come north?
Trying to use a probe right now.
Oh, yeah, you got to get high up to use those.
Is the ship not high enough?
Probably not. It'll tell you how high you need to be meters-wise. This is my other one. Grev and Grievous. Oh boy. Nope, it isn't. Okay. Gotta grab a drink, then hop on? Yep. Go for it. So we also had the buggy. Chat, have you guys seen the mining laser on the buggy? Would you like to? I can go on an escapade. The buggy is way more like, I don't give a crap about your terrain, which is great. Insane, it gives you so much loot. Yep. The only thing that I'm worried about is whenever I have to take the buggy across this gap. I can actually take the buggy to my new base if I want to. But we don't have to yet. I have the Atreides colors for the buggy as well. You're on open sand. You can see the little tremors there. That's worms. This is flower sand that we're driving over. It's a special material, but I don't want to stay around there too long because worms love that stuff and they will absolutely ambush you if you try to gather it. You can see we are leaving tracks in the sand as well. Kind of sliding a little bit on it. So here is an aluminum vein. Aluminum is a high-end resource. It's basically tier 4. It's also technically tier 5. But I can hop in the turret of the buggy and laser it. And that goes straight into the buggy's storage. So just switch back to the driver's seat and keep going. Gonna get a patch sometime in the morning. Nice. That's what the guys in the server were just saying. Tier 5, iron is tier 3 pretty much. Yep.
Worm knows I'm here.
Is it worming?
Oh, it's coming after me.
Is it?
Yep.
Did you head north?
Yep.
Well. See where Ash is. Oh, you made it. You're fine. You're good. You made it across the gap. Yeah, you have to have a vehicle to traverse this. One of the annoying points of the game is when you first start out, you're kind of trapped in the newbie zone until you can make a vehicle. So Ash had to get to the point that he had one where he could cross. Did you dismantle your old base, by the way?
Nope.
Well, you don't have to. Oh, I need to switch back. This is somebody else's base right here. You can see, I love the view of the Atreides set. Looks really nice to me. So that is copper, is the blue ore. Normal, just building granite. And this is basalt. Basalt is actually used to make the higher end building material. And the only thing to watch out for with vehicles is you have to avoid the sandstorms that pop up. They are none too fun. You don't want to get your vehicle caught in a sandstorm. If you do, you need to find shelter under like an overhang like this or something. Somewhere where, if you can see on the left side how it says enclosed, you go from unsheltered to sheltered to enclosed, then to water sealed is the highest tier. So over there, about 1,300 meters away, is a worm break. Doesn't look like it was over by Ash. In fact, I don't know where it is. What'll be, would it be? Ride faster, ride Ash, ride, pretty much. Yeah, lasering down the nodes is such a fun way to gather. I love it. It's great. I love taking the buggy out. Well, that is how I get a crap ton, a metric crap ton of resource. Interesting tower design there. Not really sure what they're going for. You can see the tremor sense there is a deeper orange, so the worm is actually probably close. I'm making... It actually started spiking up there. I'm going to stick to the hard ground here for a little bit. Make the crossing at the shortest possible point, because I really don't want to deal with that worm. So it's orange. If it starts going red, that's a problem. That means the worm is probably angry with us and very, very close. Vehicles are loud, so that's something you just deal with. Any reason the sand is more reddish color? Nope. I mean, like, there is spice, but spice is normally actually displayed in the game as purple this time around. Not sure why, but would be what it be. I actually think that is the authentic version. I think that's part of the reason that the Emperor's colors are purple. So we're back at base here. Backing things in. I don't know why it like gets caught on the door like that, but it do. Okay, and now I could open up its inventory and manually unload all of this. Or I can come over here. Oops, not that. And hit use. And then you see this is the storage, so I can sort it. And we can see like, oh, okay, there's a couple open slots. There's a lot of space. I can come over here to where it says backpack. I can drop it down. I can see any vehicle that's in my base. And I can just go bloop, bloop, and just take stuff out and put it in my inventory like that, into my storage, without actually having to one-to-one carry it out. Super nice. There's also a quick deposit button where if any of your storage ever has an item that you currently have in your inventory, like let's say these microfiber sandwich plastics, if I just walk over to all of my containers here and hit F, you can see it actually deposited that fuel cell. It will deposit anything that I share. So there go the 4 micro sandwich fiber micro sandwich fabric plastics left my inventory there. So it's really, really nice. I also have a personal shield, so it makes taking damage not as big of a deal. I'll also run over here and drink some. But basically, I am working on crafting tier 5 stuff now. That's been my primary mode, and I'm at the base right now, Ash, so if you come to where I am, you'll find the base. My advice is stick to the hard ground. Where are you? See you on the map anymore. Oh, there you are. Yeah, so if you head like, oh, careful, you're about to head into drum sand.
What's the difference?
Drum sand attracts worms faster. You'll know because it'll start going as you're driving over it. It will make you panic. You're fine. It's just it's gonna attract a worm if you do that. Later on, there are these things that you'll see on the map that look like drum sand, except they have horizontal stripes. That's quicksand. That you don't want to drive through. You'll get stuck and die. And probably lose your vehicle. Ash is like, I'm in danger? Yeah. Understand. Oh, we have enough Solari. So I've paid all my taxes, chat. I have paid off the Emperor, which you do occasionally have to pay taxes to the Emperor, so it kind of sucks. But Daddy is making another vertical staking unit for the base up north. This is going to make that base more expensive monthly taxes or weekly taxes wise, but I want a bigger base, and the game can't stop. Well, that's crafting. Also going to come over here and check some of the other crafts that I've had happening. We've got a lot of duraluminum made here. Also some smaller ingots, including normal aluminum. I only have a couple more jasmine, so I'm going to let the last 2 of that craft. I'm going to have to go get more jasmine. Chat, you're going to get to watch a terrible thing. Probably the riskiest thing I do. I made a ton of silicone. I also need cobalt paste, so that's another thing. We got to go get erythrite or whatever it's called, and I've got to go get that jasmine ore. Both of those are my least favorite things to gather, and you'll see why. They're just not fun. So actually, let's go ahead and let's do the dangerous one first. I will go to erythrite, or sorry, not erythrite, jasmium. I need a radiation suit for that. And where is it? Ah, yes. Iodine pills. You see, we're about to go to a heavily irradiated zone.
I'm going towards you.
That's fine. So if you have a moment, stop. Open up your map.
Oh, hold on.
Oh yeah, you're about to go into a PvP zone. And also there's a worm breaching in front of you. Might want to give that a minute before you cross. You're probably fine in the PvP zone. Just come over to the western portion of it. So every shipwreck in the game is a PvP zone except for the starter one. The one that's all the way down here. This one is not PvP. Just kind of meant to show you the design of ships and how they work. But this one is. So this is a PvP zone right next to our base. Yeah, you can cross there. Ash is going to make it to safety as long as he doesn't get worm eaten here. He should be fine. There was a worm right there, though, so little precarious when you know the worm is close. And now Ash should be okay because he can just basically island hop relatively safely. So Ash, if you hit M, pull up your map,
Uh-huh.
find my icon. You should be able to see my icon even through Fog of War.
Yes.
Right click.
Being shot at.
I'm going to leave the base.
Right click. Okay.
Yeah, right click where I am. That will create a marker on your compass so you can find where the base is.
Okay.
Try to get it as precise as possible because I'm literally standing inside the base right now.
The difference in 20 meters, but I can work that out. That's not hard.
Yeah. I mean, if you've seen my base multiple times, you should be fine. Let me store that. I don't...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
2 minutes.
approaching.
You got 2 minutes. I'll stay here because I'm not going to leave during a sandstorm.
That you shooting me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering how to get up there. With this is the question.
You should be fine. There is a way. There's a road. It twists and turns. You'll get very used to it.
Left or right on the fork?
That depends which fork. I mean, just come to the symbol.
Seems
Follow
like
your
it's-
compass.
Sector weather alert.
Yep, right here.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Drive it in, park it on the left over here. There you go. You made it. My base is very dark. I don't put lights in here. Actually, I could do something about that. Hold on. Roofs. Oh, the smartest thing I've ever done. Move this real fast.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
There we go. Hello, Ash. There, now we got a little bit of light in here. That's interesting. Why am I hearing a worm out here? Can't tell if he's eating the flower sand or if we had some spice or something pop up. But yeah, you can see sandstorms on the map, chat. They are huge. They take up most of the map. Usually it's about 60 to 70% of the map gets occupied by it. There you go, that should lighten some stuff. Forgive me. Just trying to increase the light in the base.
Where do I deposit the stuff I got on the way?
What stuff you got on the way?
I have small cells, darts.
I mean, you can
EMF
put them in the
generator.
storage, but my advice would be to create your own storage. The most of the stuff is off by default. I use the bigger one. But as long as you're not taking my aluminum, my cobalt paste, you're probably fine.
I don't have any resources on hand.
Here.
I can make small storage or water cistern.
Use both of those.
There's no access.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I gotta assign it to the guild, I guess. There you go. I need to find a spot that has some fuel cell nodes. This spot does. But yeah, it's not been difficult either way. The sandstorm is already gone, so I gotta go depart. If you need to know where anything is around the base, I can easily tell you. Just let me know.
You.
So chat, we're gonna go farm some radioactive material. Compiling shaders, let's go, nice. There's a worm breach over there, ooh. Big boy. Glide over here. You can see there's the worm breach. We're gonna be going right to that spot. What's the worm doing? He is eating a ton. Actually, check this out. Not sure what he's up to. Cannon. Not sure what he's eating. I've seen a spice plume there before, but kind of was up to no good. Yeah, he's booking it too. So you can see I have an altimeter, and I also have like, here's where like even 0 point is. I just wanted to see why the worm was going so apeshit there, because like he was breaching multiple times in the same spot, so I thought there might be a player there. And usually if there's a player there and the worm is going after him repeatedly, it's probably because the player's trying to farm something, which probably means there's something lucrative there. So that's why I was like, okay, let's go see what this is. Okay, we're going vulture mode again, which is what allows us to glide. Gonna keep gliding down towards the point. Each of these wrecks is a PvP zone. But honestly, I can't imagine most people would want to come into this zone to PvP because, as you guys can see, everything here is radioactive. Sucks. See if I can eat one of these iodine pills. I don't think I can while I'm in my ship. Our first point of interest is right down here. We'll land on the back side of it. This one actually does have enemies at it. I'm gonna eat an iodine pill. Pull out my laser. Can it? And you can see next to my ability icons down there in the middle of the bottom, right to the left of it, there's a little radioactive symbol. That is filling up. That's my radioactivity gauge. I have no idea what happens when it fills because I have hit full and had it not do anything. We're gonna try to get a second one, but then we're gonna have to leave pretty much immediately after the second one.
Don't stand in goo. Does it actually increase it? Yes? Okay. Well, too bad. I love how all of my attacking moves are also... I'm just gonna go clear the radiation here. Fastest way out's actually to the east. You can stay much longer if you don't stand on the go. News to me! We're just trying to clear the radiation field.
Did I abandon the base?
You can. I mean, you're never gonna go back to it, I assume. It's up to you if you want to make another base of your own or just piggyback off of mine. I think some of the stuff will require you to build stuff, but you can just, like, build it and delete it if you need to. Refund yourself the materials. Land the Thopter and mine Jasmine from there. That's actually a decent idea. I hadn't thought about that. So we had that point, and then I believe it's that point is our next one. Bro, what? That worm following me? So the iodine pill raises our radiation resistance. Backpack full. Shit. How's it? I can't see that one. Gonna hop over to the other side. Bro, what? Ah, damn it. Does it look like my ship is sinking into it? Yeah, see, the tediousness of that, I'm not sure that was faster. I mean, maybe if I do it like that. Yeah, like 2 of these are easy to farm. The third one is inevitably a pain in the butt. Can you kill the worms in this game? Nope. Alright, storage is full, so this is kind of all we can hold for now, but this is honestly plenty. I don't actually know what happens when your radiation bar fills, because I've had it fill all the way up and sit there for a long while,
And it didn't do jack shit to me. What? What? That did not falter. Yeah, the engine was still on, even though I was gliding. Isn't it a JRPG? You can't kill God. Yeah, I mean, to a large degree, the worm is just indestructible. Okay, there we go. We're out of the radiation section. I'm coming back to base, Ash. Let me actually... It's just the wings. The radiation was making it look like I had taken damage to the vehicle, but looks like we were fine. Oh, we're actually losing speed to the degree that like I can't glide anymore because the vulture kind of fucked up the drift or the glide. Sometimes it's hard to see the altimeter. I actually wish I could change its color. It'd be fun if you could band together to hunt worms. I wouldn't be surprised to see, like they've said worm riding is not in at launch, but they've claimed like it might be a thing later. So it's like, I expect they want to do more stuff with the game, but right now they're just focused on getting the, like, people in and getting it capable. And they've already made some good changes. Like I said, they adjusted the deep desert, which is the PvP zone to the north, into it's half PvP, half PvE. So there's reasons to go there. There's good stuff, but it's not necessarily like the end all be all, or like, hey, you have to PvP type crap. Be like hunters of some monster worm? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Switch my crap out. Grab my still suit back. Go. Put that. I probably need to put my iodine pills back in. I don't like carrying them around. There's no real point. I use one every time I make a trip out there. And they're actually kind of expensive to make too, so they're definitely not something I want to lose. But yeah, so that gets me more jasmium for making duraluminum. Duraluminum is a combination of aluminum and jasmium, and it literally, it's like, to make one aluminum ingot, you need 200 water and aluminum ore, 7 per. To make duraluminum, it's much faster to craft, but it takes 500 water. It just absolutely destroys us. You can see, I can make 10 maximum. I'm not sure why, actually. I can only make 10. Because I definitely have the aluminum. Is that all the water I have? No. Is it? Oh, because it's not detecting the jasmine. Well, let's get the jasmine into a container. We've got some available space here. Go to the Scout Ornithopter, pull it out. Wasn't able to pull up all of this, but we should be able to get it over here. It's really, really nice. You can do some fancy stuff with circuits too, is my understanding, but you really just don't need to. I haven't seen any requirement for anything like that. And now, if I wanted to make duraluminum, yeah, now I can make 37, which is how much I could make until I probably ran out of water. So before we do that, let's go top off on water. My leader John is full as well. This is my canteen, basically. The game calls them leader Johns, but... Go, grab that, and that used all my water. So, making duraluminum has been what's absolutely been destroying my water supply. I just
You kind of need water to make like everything in the game, but duraluminum is the worst so far that I've encountered. I'm sure the higher tier shit's worse somehow, but it is what it is. I still have some welding wire. I'm gonna make a little bit more. Gonna also throw that one spare jasmium in there. This is the fabricator. It's the basic crafting facility. And welding wire. Welding wire is how you repair vehicles, so. I use my welding torch. Actually, I need to make sure it's my good one. It is not. So I have a good and a bad welding torch. I have a bad welding torch for attaching and removing stuff. I have a good welding torch for repairs, because that actually does get impacted. Switch over here to repair. You can't see, but like behind me, there are options that are like switch, like it's assemble, repair, customize, and attach. The wings on the ornithopter would always seem to take the most damage. So they're probably the part that I will have to replace first. But you do occasionally get some damage to the CPU and the engine. Sorry, it's not CPU, it's a generator, I think is what it's called. I feel like I'm hearing either an ornithopter or a worm. But I'm not sure which. There's a worm breach out here. I'm wondering if it's like somebody's using a thumper or something. But I would feel like I'd be able to tell. As you can see, there's tiles that I changed to have extra lighting because they're not the same, but I don't really care what this section looks like. That's good. So next I needed erythrite. It's not that easy since I don't have that much space on the ornithopter, but make do. What you working on now, Ash?
I'm at the ironworks, just fighting, I guess, bandits?
Yeah, the big thing from the ironworks is going to be complex machinery, so make sure you grab anything of that you can.
I think I picked up one just now.
Can a worm attack a base? Only if you're stupid. If you build a base on open sand, the worm is going to eat your base. If you don't, the worm cannot get to your base. So you're good. Jabal Ifrit al-Shak. No, sorry, al-Junub. There is a little bit of like when you're gliding, the ornithopter is not nearly as responsive. If you want it to be responsive, you just click the engine back on. But it's also like you're not using any fuel this way. So, why I didn't even bother to refuel before this trip, because I knew this trip's just there and back. If I start making longer trips, that's when I start being like, okay, I need to refuel the ornithopter. Because the ornithopter actually uses fairly little. Particularly for stuff like this. Actually gonna bring the ornithopter in here. Gonna park it right underneath. And you can see it is considered enclosed in here, so even if a sandstorm does roll through, it's not gonna take very much damage. God damn it. This is my least favorite resource to mine because it's almost always up on walls. And it just sucks. The lines that you get to cut it are always in a like angle that you can't get to. I freaking hate it. There gonna be enemies here. Don't know. Go ahead and use my Bendu Sprint there. I've heard you can do like some insane movement tech with Bendu Sprint, but I haven't seen any videos on that front.
I think you can jettison yourself off a ledge to another ledge that's lower with it, yes, without having to use your jetpacker.
Well, I think you can like combine it with the sugar wire claw, the grapple, and like you can use it to like somehow like super launch yourself. I just haven't tried. Yeah, you kind of got to cancel it in order to do anything, so I don't know how people do that. Surprised there's no enemies in here. The stuff like this, I don't think that's the entire thing. So I can't cut that. So maybe a paltry thing, but it's actually what makes this my least favorite resource to farm. It's all the way on the opposite side of the map from all my bases. It's a pain in the butt, and you need a ton of it because you need erythrite for cobalt paste, and it is used in a lot of high-end machines and products that you build.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Hope you set your respawn to base, Ash. But yeah, the Bendu Sprint, the Sugar Wire Claw to me are goated just for their movement tech. They make moving around so freaking efficient, it's not even funny. Like, this is my normal sprint, chat. This is how fast I move. Like, compared to the Bendu Sprint, you're like moving in slow motion. Oh, I thought that was a chest. Damn it. Game debated me.
That worm is angry.
As they all are.
He's right on my tail.
Good night, Katana. Right in here, there are enemies. I know it. I recognize which mine this is. A lot of these mines look the same, but I specifically recognize this one. See if there's any other erythrite over here before I go in. Yes, there is. Because I think this node will make me full again. This is actually the lower entrance, so I've now run in a complete spiral all the way around down to a lower level of the rift. Oh shit. Did that last time too. This is apparently a solid surface that I have to climb out of.
I did.
Did you die?
Almost.
You didn't die, you're fine.
I rolled past the worm. The worm opened its mouth, was going towards me at top speed, and I was in quicksand.
And? Did you die?
No.
Did you get eaten by the
Not
worm?
yet. Not yet. It was very close, though. By very close, I mean by the skin of my teeth.
I know there are enemies. My suspensor belt's gonna break. Did somebody... There's one. got him. You won't catch me using my gun too often, chat. But that's because I've become so strong and prolific with my, with my sword. But it's like, yeah, no, absolutely, it's a thing. You'll see me occasionally have to pull it out. Because I'll just get pinned down. I think this is a Conan thing. I think you move faster without a weapon or a tool out. Which is interesting. Yeah, I do. It's very slight, but I do. Turning off sprint for a second so my stamina can regen. %, perfect stopping point. Do they have the equivalent of to dancing thralls in this game? No. And that is the biggest complaint that I have. Like, unironically, okay? Like, I actually dislike the fact that we don't have the thrall system in this game. I totally understand why we don't. It doesn't really fit this universe too much. But to me, they should have had something where it's like you can contract people or something like that. I don't know. It's just like, it actually makes the farming loop more engaging, and it actually does make the crafting better, in my opinion. Actually, do I have... I didn't pick it up, so I need to go get it anyways. Yeah, usually I use the time while I'm gliding to, like, check out the map and do other stuff. God, I'm already level 96. Apparently the max level in the game is 200. Game looks great. It does. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a blast. It's been really weird because I'm getting a lot of pushback from people. Nobody wants to, like, play the game. I kind of get it, but I kind of don't. Like, even I myself, at first, I had my major misgivings, but like I said, a coworker got me to check it out again because I was like, oh yeah, you know, I have all these problems. And he's like, well, actually, they just changed this thing I read, because he was looking at it too, and he also was like unsure because he was coming to ask me about my opinion. And I was like, you know, maybe. But he, like, they literally made a change to the in-game zone, and that made both of us pick up the game. Okay. Got the erythrites. Ram all that in there. It's not a whole lot. I didn't get as full as possible, but that's because, again, I just hate how tedious it is to go get that shit. All right. Erythrites over here. And it is cobalt paste, and I need water. Well, good news is it's night, so I can start chat the water gathering mechanic. So I have this industrial dew scythe. This is not baby's dew scythe. This is the big daddy version, okay? And so we can walk over here to do this. Actually looks like it's a not good time of night. It probably just became night is why. But if I come over here and I do, oh wait, hold on. I'm smarter than this. One, this will allow the dew a little bit more time to bulk up, and two, I can drink a little bit out of that, and then I can just go boop, boop, boop. You can see my leader John on the top left there is draining of water as I am just depositing everything into these containers. Oh, that's why. It looks like the Ferment Death still just emptied. Like, literally. So, Coming over to my my thing. Do you need it for something, Ash?
Wait, oh, no, sorry, I was trying to make something.
What are you trying to make?
I was gonna make a... What's this called? The silicone block?
Well, I have 242 of it sitting right there. I mean, if you need to make one for a quest, just go ahead, but I don't have any of the flower sand yet.
I have some on me.
Oh, yeah, then just throw it in a chest and let it do its thing.
Question, does the vehicle inventory count towards the base once it's inside?
No, but any storage in the base can see the vehicle.
So you can see what's in my buggy then, right? Or the little sand bike?
Not yours. I can see my buggy. Or my sand bike that's also here.
Let's see.
Actually, I can't see my sand bike that's here. That's weird, but either way. But the reason I'm telling you this is because I'm about to click craft on a whole bunch of shit. So if you just need a silicone block, that's fine. You can take some. I have 242 already made.
Yeah, I've got a lot of iron that I just want to deposit, basically.
Oh, okay, because I'm going to just go ahead and click all this on. Because that cobalt paste is going to take a hot second. Anyways, here is the water crafting mechanics. I emptied my liter, John. And now, boom. So that just got me 2200 right there for that. Gotta turn off my shield. It's all getting off of my power pack. This isn't the optimal time to harvest, but I'm just lazy and I don't care to wait. We also have so many of these fields nearby that I just go dump it all in and get as much as possible. So this is much more efficient than the prior like dew scythe that I had. That sounded like a spice plume. That was a spice plume. All right. All hands on deck. Daddy needs spice.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna go get some. Yeah, I definitely don't recommend you coming with me because what I'm about to do is fucking dangerous.
Guarded by a worm?
Oh, yes. Okay. Get off of me. Get out there.
Okay, dropped off about iron ore. Put some flour sand in there. I didn't have much. I found like 10.
I already hear the worm. Basically, if it's not necessary to my immediate survival, it is leaving my inventory.
Is there a place where I can craft weapons?
Upstairs. Be careful with the power supply.
Stairs beyond this?
Yeah. Check the corner.
Ah.
I don't care about any of that. Yeah, it sounds like somebody's already trying to harvest it, which is one of the reasons I need to get out there.
Where did you say you left the weapon?
It should be in the first container, all the way, like the one most towards the entrance. There should be a artisan Karpov.
Got it. And just that, right?
Yeah. Where did that spice bloom happen? Is it gone already? Oh, it's gotta be over here. They got all of it. That's so unfortunate. I just wasn't fast enough. Fuck. I think they set up a thumper. Damn. Major question. Can you become the Quizatara? I don't know, but there is at least, like, some kind of story indicating that you might be the new chosen one. Why do we have a rock on our roof? Damn, that is so unfortunate. I wanted that spice bloom bad. Those guys were just faster. I can go get some in the desert anyways, but that's a big oof. That stuff's all working. Wait, why did that stop? Oh, you just had to make one copper ring. Okay. Get me stuff back.
The way to turn on the power for the repair station, or do I just not need it for the secret?
The power for the repair station? Just make sure if you use something and you're done that you turn other stuff back off. But yeah, feel free to turn it back on.
I have access, it says.
You should. It's guild level access.
You can't click between enabled and disabled. It has to be you.
Right now.
Nope.
Weird. I'm gonna tell you, you probably don't know the recipe for it, though, is your issue?
For the Karapsu?
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
Do you?
Yep.
How damaged was it?
The gloves were half, steel suit and mask was 3/4, and the boots were half.
Yeah, you didn't need to repair it. You can let stuff go a lot lower.
Like how? Like till it's red?
I mean, I gave it to you when it was already damaged, so.
Was it? Well, was it the one you were using initially, and then you?
Yeah, most of that wear and tear is from me.
Okay.
That's why I was saying, it's like, yeah, you're not that bad for it. It's fine, but.
So does bullet damage actually like create a lot of the hits? Like where I get hit damages it the most?
If you have a shield, you're not even taking durability damage.
But since I'm shooting, right, I would take more damage.
Yeah, I mean, if you get hit while you're shooting.
Okay, that makes. Okay, I can turn it off.
Disable it.
As another.
God damn it, Ash. No, that's fine. I don't know why. Like, can you do it for other ones, or is it just that one?
Let's look at the small. I cannot do it to this small one either.
Is it already disabled?
It's already disabled.
Yeah, that's fine. But you're saying you can't change it.
Yeah, I can't make.
So weird. I don't know why that would be a thing.
Probably because I'm not the source creator of it, right? So.
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter if I've given you access and you're a member of the guild.
Access to use, yes. Access to disable, enable, that probably might cause complications, so they probably turn that off.
Okay, I gotta go back out and check. It's still claiming that there's a spice field there. I'm gonna regret it because I put some of my gear back on, but... I can't miss this if it is a thing. The spice blooms don't often happen in the PvE realm. Doesn't look like it's there. Map is a big fat liar. That's twice now I've tried to vulture shift and it glitched out and it didn't do its thing. Dragonfly machine's kind of sweet. It's the ornithopter. It's something that's specific to Dune. Need to watch out for that boulder on the ceiling. Hey, that's just a glitch. I don't know why that's there, because obviously we built this shield here and it's just like stuck. I wanted to refill this. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say mine should be the green one, so it should be relatively obvious. Okay, let's get my bars back in order. That was there, that was there. This wasn't even on my bar because it's my sniper rifle. But I really haven't had a use for it yet.
Your sniper rifles it drop too?
Yeah, it's basically every weapon type you can think of. At least ranged wise. Where was my belt? A full suspensor belt. That was a thing. I actually don't even know what goes in this slot. So you can't see it, but there's a slot right under my power pack. I have no idea what goes into that.
I've been looking around for that too, and I don't know. God, there's so much.
Why am I still hearing the worm?
One might be near me. What?
No, I don't know what the flip is going on. It's like by the time I got there, they had farmed it all out, seemingly. I'm save some FP thanks to leftover coins from a Medusa Saber rolls. Nice. Okay, let's get this repaired. Really don't want to use that, but I probably should. This is my Mark V welding torch. It's kind of valuable. It also took my cobalt paste, you bastard game. Still making? Yes, it is. Cobalt paste is slow as molasses, it seems. Let's get the Fremen still here. Another body. Oops, not what I wanted to do.
Reveal yourself.
I'm just out of stamina. Bro, like, perfect dodged me twice. Made me look like an idiot.
Oh, somebody's fighting here.
Most of the time it's NPCs. Landsrad task complete. Alright, sweet. So somebody else did something. Or maybe we contributed somehow, I don't know. Got another corpse there. Let it get sucked dry. Alright, I guess the question is, and what's miring me in, like, indecisiveness is... Double check and make sure I have everything. Yep. Is what do I need to craft? I can work on base stuff, or I can work on personal shit.
My God, they're shooting.
Plastanium. 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 Spice melange. Yeah, 4 more cobalt paste and I can build the spice refinery. $200 power cost, of course. That's gonna take the base offline. I was gonna eat a good chunk of my frickin' complex machinery. Oh wait, I literally just need 1 more cobalt paste. This thing will be a bear to actually get online. Like, I'd probably have to pause the death still in order to get it crafting. How tall is this sucker? Oh, it's actually taller. Gonna immediately turn that crap off. So I need spice sand, of which I only have 23. 750 water. Before the worm arrives. So the vehicle doesn't have anything in it. My leader John full? No, don't have my leader John. Before we leave, go get that. I knew there was something else I hadn't picked up yet. That's not the right one. Because I had a deciliter, John. That's it. Thankfully I had that too, but I don't need to pick that up. Everything on my bar feels right except the number 5 slot, and I don't remember what the number 5 slot is. I think it's supposed to be my leader. But I almost never hit it, so I don't pay attention. Top myself off on water, and chat, I'm going to show you guys the deep desert. Oh. But first, I keep forgetting to do something. Sorry. This is the last thing, I swear, chat. The vertical staking unit that I crafted like an hour ago and just still haven't deployed. Gotta go drop this off at the other base and then we're good.
Question. Is there
Yes.
a sneak attack system?
Not as far as I know. I've tried
Let's
sneaking
see.
up on people. It almost never works. Like, you can get closer to them, but they'll almost always seem to realize you before you actually get there. So now the question is, go ahead and put the staking unit on my bar here. So I have plenty of room out this way. I have kind of become capped in this area. I could stake this.
You can see the red boxes are where you can't build. This is very much a tight edge to the base. I could stake that and get out that way. Really probably piss that person off, but I don't care. That's such a shit base. Yes. Look at that. Oh, that's my generators. I was gonna say, that is like a glove. That is absolutely on the line. Okay, so this is the main area. That is the extension out that way. There's this. And then I could stake that instead. I'm trying to remember because, let's see. So I've had the main one that way, one this way, two this way, three this way. So this is my fourth. This is the main. There's one there. 2, 3, 4. Wait. In 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. Is this my final one? Yeah, because I have a cube here and then one that way, which makes 5. Realize. So I think I can only have this last one. This is my last vertical stake. All right, chat. Time for a question. You guys can answer me. Do you think that I should... Oh. I don't think I even can stake it that way. Maybe a non-decision.
Got some purple stuff.
Oh, I see what's going on. So I can only extend it out one direction each, I think. Double check. Really don't know. Oh, I actually can't double check this. Because basically my land claim doesn't go all the way to the ground right now. Right now. Come on, dude. Sometimes momentum just carries you. Place inside your land claim. That's not how I did it. Wait. I made a vertical staking unit instead of a horizontal one. Okay.
This is actually the one that makes my claim like higher and lower. So that's fine. No wonder I was having issues. I crafted the wrong one. I don't know if this will matter, but I'm gonna go place it up on the roof. Sorry, this is my first time ever using the vertical one. This extends the area that I can build up and down in my base. Oh, it has 1 minute. Well, chat, we're gonna see. You can see it just starts going crazy. It's scanning. But if I pull open... something like building materials, I can at least... at least see. Alright, 10 more seconds. Gonna go up. Please go up. Yes. I think I can do this one particularly one more time. And I believe it extends both up and down. So let me see. I have not tried to hard angle with the Bendu sprint like that before, but holy shit, I guess you can.
Yep. I figured that out earlier by accident by drifting myself across past a sandworm.
Yo, it did. Oh, okay, game. Explain to me how you thought that was the right angle. Yeah, so I can build down on the ground now. I couldn't do that before. That was actually really good. So now nobody can like come in here and try to like do like weird shit to the base. That was the advice I got, was to build high up, because the vertical claims allow you to get both more elevation and more like more down as well. So you can see now all of this is inside my claim as well. Great. All of these flowers.
I found us another bike.
You found one?
Yep.
It's probably a shit one, but yeah, you can claim it if you want.
Already brought it back, and I left it in the far corner, just in case.
Was it smoking?
Yes, I don't know if Cal wants it, but like I'll try to repair it if anything.
Cal probably already has one, but actually, Cal, did you accept the guild invite? I didn't see. Doesn't look like it. Invite was sent. I assume it's he has to actually find where in the interface it exists. I was finishing the second trial? Okay.
Oh, I actually gotta do that now.
Yep. All good. Yeah, feel free to join up in the party if you want, Cal. Like... party invite, that way, you can do stuff with Ash if you want to. No pressure, though. Oh,
I got
right.
blood to deposit. Can I deposit blood while it's offline? Oh, I can.
Yeah, you just can't convert it, I guess. If you go to where the stairs are, that's where the cisterns basically are. So be careful. Water just is a precious commodity, and it's used in all the crafts. Alright, chat, I'm going to show you guys the deep desert. This is the PvP area, technically. And yeah, don't forget to accept the guild invite rank. If you accept it, I believe you'll get the 50%. I'm not positive, but you might. I like how it's a good thing that there's no collision damage, because in order to zone out of the map, you have to hit this wall that looks vaguely like it could kill you. And you straight up hit it. So like if I wanted to go to the capital, all the way over here, this is Arakeen, this is the Atreides capital. If I wanted to go to Arco Village, it's all the way south. Down here. Weird, because their shit doesn't look like it's any big deal compared to Arakeen. This is Haga Basin, which is the map where we're at. And this monstrosity, deep desert. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to it. I don't know if the fuel deposits really matter. Like, there's all this, like, meta stuff where it's like, oh, the time you spend on here matters. And I've not really seen it. The map should have completely rotated by now, because the Coriolis storm came in and destroyed everything here. This is the area that it actually does destroy everything for. Sector A5. Gonna head east. Just looking for points of interest. Day 6. There is a cave down here. I am very, very likely to get fucked up in these locations. Store my vehicle. Dogfights in your glider and other vehicles? Yes. Weird. It's like alleging that there's some sort of entrance here, but there doesn't appear to be. We're gonna have to find that entrance. Like it's up. Up there. Looks like there's aluminum here. I need to start watching out for actual farmable mats. God, where the heck is the entrance to this stupid cave? I've now circumnavigated the whole thing, I'm pretty sure.
Is the green and blue aura around a place radiation?
Yes. If you're looking all the way to the south, west.
Yeah, I gotta ride through it this way.
Huh? Bro, I am so confused. Where the heck is the entrance? It feels like it should be here, but it's not. Stardew Car Promise. Like, there's supposed to be a cave here. Adept spit dart? Yeah, sure, why not? Fuel cells, melange spiced food. At this point, I ain't gonna question it. I'm just gonna assume that's all there was there. That's the worst point of interest I've seen so far. Actually, hold on. Yep, nothing. What a dud! Is there the ability to... Oh yeah, to have dogfights, yes. Like I said, that's, I haven't really seen it, but you can mount rockets to these things, and that was apparently a big, big issue. So I have no idea what the tier 6 material looks for. It is, or looks like. It is, whatever is used in making plastanium. But I just don't have the foggiest idea. Oh, you're losing speed.
Assuming it's in the...
For what? There's a PvP crash. Not gonna go after that.
Hail.
Damn it. Somebody built their base here already. cave here. Right in here. Okay, this could be bad. So, occasionally I encounter people that have drill shot, and they F me up. Oh my god, dude. None of my abilities are locking on this guy because he's in a freaking corner. Is this just normal aluminum? I think it is. Aluminum. Oh, we at least got a thermoelectric cooler out of that. Don't know if there's anything else in here. Right here. Yeah. Couple more thermoelectric coolers. My understanding, you need them for a lot of stuff, so. That's another point of interest. Hey, Sleepy, how's it going? Give it a resub, man. What you up to?
Here, second try.
So this is a testing facility, and this is functionally a dungeon, chat. So this is gonna be rough if I have to do this on my own.
Oh my god, I got so many achievements in a burst.
Yep.
Landstrad counts. Nice.
Landsrad is the like sort of guild versus guild stuff.
Someone's engaging. Who's that? Get there.
What the? Oh, bro got back up.
Hostile exposed.
Oh my god, it took a double tap there. Okay. Huh. None of them dropped anything of value. This is one of the only way to get tier 6 materials, but like I said, don't even know what the tier 6 materials look like. Which never has fate stuff? I have Zerturia Catalyst now? Nice. That's wild. I mean, good for GameStop that it's finally recognizing the power of, like, anime. But, like, holy crap, man. That is kind of crazy. This is already open, so something tells me somebody already came in here. None of that is rare materials, though. I'm focused primarily on rare mats. Can't get into either of those. I got the blue one? Where was there a blue one? Damn, nice to see that there's some Mac talking. I should be able to open this, but I can't. I'm wondering if it's bugged. Oh, there we go. No, here's the blue entrance. Can I bait bro into coming over here? Didn't want to. Got him. That's the first time I've actually, like, stealth killed.
Reveal yourself.
You didn't say the magic word.
Who's there? I'm coming for you, scum.
Always double tap, chat. Always. That's what I'm learning with these places. I do not want them getting up. Safer to double tap. Buggy Cutter Ray Mark V? Yeah, I mean, that's worth it if we ever need a second buggy or we lose the first one. If there's a good part like that, I'll definitely pick it back up. Ah. $30 intel points, holy shit. Nice. Take that too. You can see though, like, fullness wise, we're already getting kind of full. Just make sure I got everything out of here. I like watching these people talk smack, and it's so funny because, like, they're sitting there and they're, like, accusing each other of cheating, and it's like they're both probably cheating. I can't shoot through that, but they can shoot through here. Come on.
Oh no. I'm caught in the spawn door. There you go. There's another death. Doesn't happen often, but that's why, like, I have to be super careful in these places. Because I know. Shit gonna get real. The fact that they can shoot me through that is frankly ridiculous. Let me see if I can wait them out and get them to de-aggro. That jumping is kind of weird, though. Really odd behavior for NPCs. Dude, like, look at that! I actually got staggered while being behind something. Okay, got one of them dead. Two of them. Jesus Christ! That's gotta be the boss. Yeah, 'cause he's also just tanking there. I'd really like to get my materials. Like, I could lose all of that if I don't grab them before he gets to me. But I can probably take this asshat. Got him. There you go. So that was all of them. Why do I get the feeling they are talking more shit than they're actually, like, dishing?
I survived that.
But you did.
That's actually frightening how that works.
And what works?
I super dashed off of the top of a cliff after getting a survey probe, landed on my bike, didn't hit the button fast enough, so I downed myself on top of the bike, and then self-revived.
Nice.
It didn't go as I expected, but it went as I expected.
Hey, as long as you lived. Knowing is half the battle, right? G.I. Joe. Oh. Sure. I'll clear it all out for you, person. Then you can run in naked. Funny, because you could tell they came in here completely naked just because they don't want to lose anything, and I'm like, it's not that bad. Like, again, these aren't PvP areas, so... I wonder if there's actual sandstorms in this area. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm off faster than you guys are.
They just like openly yapping in chat.
The PvPers are. I don't know why. They're all like getting angry and butthurt at each other. Though to be fair, I don't know that the deep desert is like unique to your server. It may be shared. I wonder. I'll just salvage metal. Like, I'm just wondering why people build in certain spots. The only reason I can think of would be that there's resources nearby. So I'm looking to see why this, like, dude built his base here, but he may just be an idiot. I actually can't tell. Shared across all beaches on your server? Makes sense. But I'm still looking for the tier 6 material. I think there's titanium ore. And there's Providium mass. I don't actually know what any of them look like. Because I don't know what they look like. Can you launch a probe? Does that help? I have no idea. Like, I can make a sync chart. Oh, I remember not liking this one, but they're already in here, so this is probably already cleared. Purple. Basically, if somebody's already cleared it before you, it makes getting the resources really easy. Like, there is nothing you actually have to do. You just walk in, take the loot. Because everybody shares their own chests. At least I think. I was gonna say, what's the point to this room? Scout Ornithopter Engine in K5. Yes. That is a great loot. That saves me having to craft that. May as well pick up the heavy stuff, because I can at least bring it back to base and squash it, and it might give me something. This is basically free tier 5 loot. Oh, I'm at 35 out of 35. Can drop the spiced food. Assault Omni now I'm full. I don't need that. Need that. Like, I love aluminum ore, but I absolutely don't need it. That's very much a it is what it is moment. And right here on the table, 30 more intel. God, yeah, intel's gonna be a non-issue. Once you get to the end game here, it seems like you get infinite. Head back the entrance this way. Go. God, these people are insufferable. And whenever I see people like this, do you want to know what my honest to God thing is? Like, I get arguing, right? But when they go back and forth and they're like shit-talking each other, I have this immediate thought. They just need to get laid. That's carbon. Like, I don't see any new looking material. Let me look it up real quick. Titanium ore. An awakening. Bro, that shit just looks like it's freaking iron. Ruvidium Mass is the name of the other one. How the heck am I supposed to find shit that looks like this? PvP shipwreck. There's another PvP shipwreck. I don't know. We'll probably leave for now. Problem is, it's a little bit too difficult to be able to tell where stuff is in your ornithopter without just flying low and hovering. And it's like, to me, that would take an exorbitant amount of time. I'll have to ask how people do it. Probably read up, watch some videos, you name it. But it's definitely odd. I don't really get it myself. There's also supposedly the wreck of the Hephaestus. Somewhere on this map, and I have no idea where it is. It's like, oh, it's tracking, and I'm like, okay. But where? I also don't like that, like, you can zoom in and you can't zoom out at all. It's actually like low-key, it's actually annoying. I feel like that's something they've gotten wrong with this map. Like, oh, I can zoom out, but like things are not actually where they're supposed to be. Because like in relation to all of this, the positioning's off. I'm just glad I don't have to listen to those two idiots bicker back and forth now. Okay, so whenever you spawn coming out of the deep desert, you usually spawn on some edge of the map. It's actually the first time I've spawned from the north. It may have, actually I didn't even think about that. It may have to be with regards from like where you come from or where you're positioning. This is actually not far from my current base here. If I can learn how to do that all the time, that'd be great. Because it is one of the reasons you want the base near the shield wall, is it makes getting to deep desert really quick and easy. I'm going to bring all this back to the southern base here. Well, somebody's fighting. Well, there's the ship in the sky. no, dude. The spice is there. Fuck. My inventory's full. Gonna ditch this shit ASAP. That sounded like yet another spice plume. What the actual crap? Well, those dipshits are attracting the worm probably at the other. My ass is going and getting this spice plume. I'm not fucking with that thing. I didn't get any spice out of that either, so something tells me that's just bugged. It looks like there's spice there, but there's not. Which is so freaking annoying now. That, like, I've had to risk my ornithopter twice, and there just legitimately hasn't even been anything there. I'm gonna go see what this explosion was over here. That is a sandstorm. I was like, man, that looks like a sandstorm in the distance. Is it? Yes. Yes, it is. And is it coming here? Yes. Yes, it is. Did it give me a warning? No. No, it didn't. Maybe because I was over here, so it looks like it may be just south. I just, like, the spice is becoming annoying. Because you need spice melange for a lot of the in-game stuff. And I'm getting to the point where it's like, I don't really know how I'm supposed to get it. Because every time I try, it's shit like this. It's like I just end up failing. And maybe it's a thing in the deep desert, but if it is, I have not managed it yet. But it's pretty frustrating when you go to extract it and it just doesn't exist for all intents and purposes. It sounds like it's... See, now it moved. I'm gonna go trying. We'll see. No problem purchasing Saint Quartz. I need help. What are you trying to do? Trying to purchase on JP. See, there's nothing that I'm getting out of that. That sand is a fucking bait. Okay, that's the sandstorm leaving. Yeah, that's a thing over there, Cal. That is a known thing. That's actually where I go to get all my flower sand. I'm just getting kind of frustrated because it's like, I think that one spawn's just bugged and there's nothing I can do about it. Let's watch a movie.
Once you get to the final tier in Dune Awakening, the real grind begins. You're going to need plastanium. This requires 2 key ingredients: titanium ore and stravidium fibers. Those fibers you will actually get at the medium chemical refinery by refining your stravidium mass. So let's go over exactly how to get both of those ores so you can ultimately get
swear to God, if he's just like it's in the deep desert and takes
for
10
all
minutes
those
to
tier
save
6 items. Now,
I'm
in
gonna
order
lose
to
my
prepare
mind.
yourself, you're going to need an ornithopter, lots of spare fuel, potentially even a tent, and your cutter ray Mark V or higher. This will require you to go to the deep desert. I personally use the Scout Ornithopter, and I put the thrusters to get there, and on the way back when I collect the materials, I use the storage. you are going to have to go to the deep desert. So very simply, just fly to the edge of the map, whichever is closest for you. You fly straight into the wall and it prompts you to go to the world map. Once here, you need to go all the way to the top left and you click here at the deep desert. There are 3 entry points, just pick one and you enter in. This prompt, nothing survives the Coriolis storm, means everything gets reset every week. Anything you build there will get destroyed, I believe, between Monday and Tuesday. So you'll need to bring it back to the Haga Basin. Once here, jump back in your ornithopter, and this place is absolutely massive. At first, it will all be just covered in fog of war. You can reveal this by just traveling around, but I would also recommend you bring a survey probe launcher with those survey probes to map out these areas. Just be aware though that, again, every week this is reset and the map will be entirely new. It'll have different rock formations and different areas you can go. In order to get your titanium and stravidium, you're going to have to go far out into the deep desert to all these outcroppings of land masses. Now this place is PvP, so if you have enemy ornithopters, they could potentially be running rockets, camp you out and destroy you and take your loot. Personally, I've done a lot of trips out into the deep desert and have not yet encountered any resistance, but I am relatively early. And potentially, when people get more maxed out, they'll get bored and hunt for PvP. This is one of the reasons I run with the boosters. They allow you to get height very quickly. I also use the Scout Ornithopter because it's that 20 kilometers faster than the Assault Ornithopter. Just be aware it has half the storage. So yes, not as ideal for trips. You're going to have to go for quite a few more. Now once you get to these outcroppings, you can look around for the new ores. The ones closer to the main landmass generally don't have much. Also, if you do find these shipwrecks, most definitely take the opportunity to loot them. It is a PvP zone, so if somebody has already looted them, then there'll simply be nothing to be found. This worm might also just come and eat it, because somebody could already have been there. Yup, rip. I ain't getting it. Unless you bring a ton of fuel, you will want to master how to glide. Once you ascend up, you then are going to enter the vulture mode, so just click that key. Your ornithopter will say plummet down, it'll get to speed, and you need to get to your ideal glide speed. So with a Mark 5 ornithopter, the ideal glide speed is 170 kilometers per hour. Once you're at that speed, simply put this little dot on the horizon line as you see there in the middle of the screen. And that will give you your perfect glide speed. I've been here a few times, so I already know a very good spawn location for the ores. Just up here, there's a ton of titanium. Make sure you keep topping up your fuel. And if you're new and don't know any of the locations where the ores spawn during this week, when you get to an outcropping, you simply have to look around. For example, right here, I believe this is some stravidium. These ores will look very metallic versus the other ones. So we scan it, do the little mini game, and there we go, we got our stravidium. We got 43. That's a combination of this Mark 5 cut array and my plantologist being maxed out at level 3. Now once I start gathering ores, I'm going to put the storage on here instead of the thrusters, and then offload those items there. These resource nodes are very few and far between, and you will be lucky to get multiple at the same landmass. Once you have mined a node, the icon will be on the map, so you'll be able to return there. But again, this is all reset when a new week happens. Here's another node of stravidium, and you can quick deposit it into the ornithopter once you have already that item in the inventory. I will now go to my titanium spot so you can see what that looks like. Way up ahead there is a spice explosion. You will need to go to those locations if you want to farm spice. My previous video did go over a bunch of details on that, but I might go more thoroughly over it in its own dedicated video. Using the scan thing on the ornithopter will not scan your stravidium or titanium unless you've already been there and mined it. So it doesn't help to say actually find the ore. But this is titanium, and again, we'll put that in the storage. Now in this location, there's a ton of it.
So I don't need a scanner. That's what I'm
put
hearing.
Some light
I do
on
storage and I do
it's
booster.
Like that blue metallic. Don't mistake it for like copper ore. Some people have actually built
copper,
bases here, and yes, I technically could too. However, after storms for about 6 minutes, I believe you can break into people's bases and rob them. For now, I just make the round trip from my base in Haga Basin, filling up my ornithopter, and then going back home. Again, it's crazy how many nodes are here, with this having like 2 on top of each other. I need to find a place like this for Stravidium. There's another player. He's probably not too happy that I stole most of his titanium, but thankfully he doesn't have rockets. My storages are full, now we gotta make the trek back home. 12,000 meters back to the shield wall. And you can simply leave your mouse like that, with the dot just at the base of that triangle, as long as you're at your perfect glide speed, which if you check your vehicle, I'm a Mark 5. The wings here, you look at the stats, they show 170 glide speed. If you only have a Mark 4, you need to be gliding at 160. Later on, I hope to get the Mark 6, and that'll have 180 glide speed.
I see, like, I don't think that actually matters. I think shit like that, like, there's stuff where because this tier 6 material is hard enough to get, I don't think you farm it if you don't have to, right? Like, you literally just go, okay, I'm only going to get it for the items I actually need it for, and trying to, like, make it easier on yourself. So that's a big thing. Let me see, skills. Let's go to Planetologist. I can learn the cut array mining. I need advanced planetologist, and I actually don't have any idea how I'm supposed to unlock that. Bonus yields are increased. Either way, got at least tier 2 of all that shit. Planetologist is really, really good for stuff like that. Adept Jabal Spita. So it looks like you can see they're already claiming stuff for the next Landsrad. Me, I would always think you would want to kind of claim... I mean, maybe there's logic in claiming the easiest ones first, but in general, it looks like we're about to complete a second one, so we're already... Oh, maybe even a third one. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea how you tell... But the Landsrad, like, the people who win the Landsrad every week get to vote in the stuff. Now I gotta do it on the JP side? Yeah, you have fun with that. I ain't doing that shit. Okay, my cut array is fine. Didn't I loot some Ornithopter boosters? Ornithopter storage... Ornithopter engine Mark 5.
Can I use the weapon fab?
Yeah, go for it. What do
It's
you? What do
offline.
you? Oh,
Making a
one second.
making a distributor.
Give me 1 second though. Got generator. I think that was the only piece I had that was actually good, so I'll go ahead and replace that. Well, Ash, we can't.
Yeah, I can.
We gotta
I can
shut
make.
something else off.
Wait, I didn't turn anything. Unless something else.
What else is definitely on?
Did the medium thing?
No, it's a repair station. Oh, wait, maybe it's not.
Is this on?
Yeah, I leave the medium on by default. Normally one of the ones I always use. Well, chemical refinery is also usually on. What the heck is taking up so much? Aha.
Where's your power thing? Can I to it?
It's just fuel cells. They're pretty much capped. You don't gotta worry about that.
Yeah, I can make armor from the Garmin one. It's able to be turned on or no?
Not at the same time. You want the weapon one or the armor one? Take your pick.
I just crafted a disruptor.
Just let me know when you want me to. That takes so long to remove. What the heck? Does the truck have a gun mounted on it? It's a mining laser, but yes.
Okay, turn it off.
What's the storage? Cockpit. Game, come on. Now you're just being obtuse, game. There we go. Finally found the right angle. Unfortunately, now the thing is unflyable until I put in a new one.
Fair enough now. Once this craft was over.
Oh, still going. You're making yourself actual armor instead of the still suit? Want a welding torch. Mark 5. Engine's not gonna last very long, but it will last. I need Ornithopter Booster. And I thought I had a spare Ornithopter Booster. Jesus, man. Okay, now let's look. February Mark IV. industrial pumps. I don't know how I got so many industrial pumps. I don't know what they're from. Buggy booster. Did I not have an ornithopter booster? Storage. Engine. Wait. I had another engine? Guess I really didn't. One night of dew harvesting so much water. Yep. This man crafted himself armor. But now he's not gonna have his still suit.
No, I haven't. It's just the combat choice. Because I've been getting my shield pelted apart.
Understandable.
Best defense is can be the best offense, no?
No, I just prefer good offense. So much. Spice infused aluminum dust. I don't like doing that on a ship part. To me, that's really dumb. What would a Mark V take of it? I have the research by now, so. See, chat, we could make the carrier ornament. That shit don't seem worth. Not unless you got a guild of people at this point. Fixturalium. That is actually not bad. What the fuck? So we're gonna do it against my better judgment. Speed is of the essence. Chat. Why does this take an industrial pump perf? I guess the normal one did too.
What does that do?
What does what do?
Said you got a scout thing. Does it amplify this or does it change it?
Already attached. Can you not have the storage module while having the boosters?
It's probably one or the other. Considering they're probably in the same location. I doubt.
Oh, it's so cancerous. Yeah, it can only have one module. It can have a scanner on top of your storage. Like, it has 2 module slots, but I guess this occupies the same. The same slot, so I can't do that. I know I can't put anything in that, god damn it. Rocket storage and booster all occupy the same slot? Yeah. Big sad, but guess I understand. Gotta make it match the paint job. And I do agree with that guy's advice. I should probably take at least...
Ornithopter eat that much fuel that you need 2 mediums?
No, but where I'm going, yes. Actually, see that? Drink. There we go. My leader John topped, pretty much. Most of the time, due to my still suit, I actually just don't even use the, I just don't even use the leader John. Not even sure what the booster consumes.
Probably fuel. But might be power and fuel.
Yeah, not really sure. What?
This just probably got overheated.
Yeah, the booster shouldn't have been on.
Maybe it's once attached, it just works.
No, I've been noticing for some odd reason, like today, I'm starting to get like glitches with the vehicle where like that shit happens. Where like you try to deactivate it and it goes like, no, you didn't. It's still active. Like I've been gliding with the glider, right? And the engine is somehow still on. And I'm like, I don't know how I got into glide mode while the engine's on, but sure. I need to think these aren't actually players and they're just random people they put on the map.
What is the screen you're looking at?
The world map. You have to navigate across it, and I actually, like, it looks cool, but I dislike it because they don't let you zoom out. So it's terrible. You have to, like, already just kind of know where shit is. Person has the exact same ornithopter as me. It's kind of funny. $99. Why is my speed taking a shit too? Like, game, what are you doing? I'm still not considered in PvP, so good. As far as I understand it, I can go halfway through Sector E. And there's a worm right there below us. Oh, that's a big boy.
Multiple worms on that map?
Okay. I actually kind of hate that it keeps being dark when I get here because it makes it like impossible to actually see. Slide on over to that. In Sector C. B and D here soon. Still PvE. Way too many bases here. Definitely some shit here. That's just copper. Like, why go to all that effort? I just don't understand it. This shit's gonna get blanked in a week. I would make the most Spartan base imaginable here. And like, this shit also just got blanked yesterday. Kinda wild.
The daily reset?
It reset, Furiola Storm came in yesterday.
Right, but how frequent is it? Is it weekly or... Bases cost half mats in the deep desert?
They cost half mats and you get full refund. So, no, I understand it then. That's exactly what they do. They build their fucking base, they Solito replicator it, and they just take it down and put it back each time. I never thought about that, but that is how it works. Alright, it's Z6. I can only go halfway through the sector. And it becomes PvP. Which is probably why people's bases are here. This is probably the furthest... Probably the furthest north you can go. While still being PvE. Interesting part is it doesn't look like there's sandstorms out here. Oh, that's just copper. Damn, dude. Big sad. Good news is, because it's a weeknight and we're up late, I'm pretty sure every one of these idiots has gone to bed. So we have run of the place now. Needlessly extravagant.
What's with the number on the front of the base?
The number has to do with the rights. So 3 is the default, it's associate, so it's basically the person and like people that they've allowed. 4 is guild, and 5 is public. You're probably never gonna see a public one. Like I just
How does sleeping?
How does sleeping work? What do you mean?
Like, do you just evaporate from the base?
Don't know. You're the first person I've played with.
See any people inside those bases? Yeah.
No. I see no activity in them.
I doubt that they use the same system Conan does. Just flop to the floor because
They probably do. Oh, see, there's zone change. Now that's PvP. So, in theory, I could now be killed right there.
by anyone in that sector or being like what's
That is spice. This is dangerous. God, game!
I presume Thumper does what you're doing automatically.
No way, Thumper distracts the worm so that I can do this. Getting greedy now. I don't know why, but we're not getting bad ticks from a worm. Pretty sure if you kill that thing, you get something.
Looks like you're
No.
oh, I see.
That's exactly why I was like, hold up.
Okay, so I don't know if you've been killed by a worm yet.
Oh yes, multiple times.
I haven't been there. But so when it rears its head out of the ground and it goes up and it slaps itself down, how long do you have before it does the I'm charging at you with my mouth open thing?
I usually just get out when it's the first warning because I've had a worm very quickly kill me. Like, where it just, like, it basically didn't give me warning, so I've learned just not to fuck with the worm. When the worm's there, leave.
Are the red circles on the map when you those like breach points that it's been to, or breach points that it will?
That's where it's currently breaching.
There's several of them. Like,
Oh yeah, no, there's several worms. And those are the smaller ones. Bigger ones are out here. That's why I was just like, nope, not fucking with that thing. Nope. Like, see, look at the size of that thing over there to my left. Like when you can still see the tail, you know.
Oh, we've got stream in 6 hours. Or 5 hours.
I'm dangling right on the edge of the PvP zone because I feel like that's fine. If somebody tries to kill me, I can very quickly get back into PvE.
Doesn't it take effect only after the punching timer?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
So
It's like 4 or 5 seconds. I don't think someone can kill me that fast.
I mean, it looks to be open sand. There's no structure.
It's not all open sand. Odds are bro has built his base here for a reason. Why did he build his base here? I do not know. He has some lights out in there. He might still be there. But as long as your base is on the PvE side, nobody can destroy it, so I think it's a big deal.
He wanted advantage to jump in and jump out. Looks like there's no way up besides the cool thing.
Yeah, no, I'm just checking to... I mean, remember, you can climb, right? But I'm just checking to see that he didn't have any ore on his actual island there.
Do you think that they can safeguard a node by building a...
Yeah, probably. Though they run the risk of making it not able to respawn. Zone change, huh? Oh, that's another breach. What is this? This is controlled by Atreides, so I don't need to deal with that. Basically, that's a PvP control point. And they're always PvP. But I am not seeing any reason to set foot. Oh, nothing. Angie boy. Angie boy.
Purple just landed over here. Purple smoke cloud. Is that a spice cloud?
Yes.
Oh. See if I can grab some.
You can't. Oh. Yeah. You need a special extractor.
I have the shock stick thing.
Oh, you do? I mean, then maybe, but be very careful, because that worm is no fucking joke.
Vehicle. Oh, never mind.
Not worth. That is a fucking worm trap if I've ever seen one. Which fuel do I have? Still a decent amount. This is E9, so we are all the way as far east as we can go. Sector D9. Entering Sector D's nuts. Nothing. I'm only sad that I haven't found any Stravidium. Because without Stravidium, I just simply can't make tier 6 materials. So it's nice that I found some titanium, but big oof. Again, some of it may be farmed out. But stuff like the deep desert, to me, is also why you would want private servers. Like, it's cool to be able to, like, collaborate with people. I can't believe that thing hasn't been swallowed yet.
I not.
You should be able to unequip it. Why wouldn't you be able to?
Double clicking it is not coming. Try to drag and drop it in others.
Deep Desert and private servers actually shared with the private servers. Wait, can you have a private server? I thought they weren't allowing it. You can? Really? Capturable house task not revealed. Okay. Interesting.
Silly me. You have two separate inventory counters. One is your value, and
Yes.
one is your actual item value.
Correct. You can have a limited number of items and a limited number of weight.
Limited capacity of weight. Like, yo, I definitely don't have my weight maxed out. Well, how is my inventory full? Then I looked a little bit closer and I was like, oh, I can't take off my armor because it takes up several slots. Like a grid. It's dumb.
Wait, chat. How am I supposed to survey these areas if there's no height? I'm surprised they do have private servers. Did not know that. News to me. I mean, like I said, so far I've had no issues playing with other people. I think I've had like one time, well, actually I guess you could call the spice plume today twice, where like another player took something that I was trying to farm and made it impossible for me to like do something. Besides that, really just not an issue. Also, what a dud of a route. There's just nothing. I must be at the very edge of the map.
Oh.
Yeah. Not fun. How do you eat? Try it. Actually.
Damn. I thought I was sly enough. You asking specifically about the melange spice food? That's how you fill up your prescience bar. You don't need to eat it otherwise. Yeah, you might not have access to it yet because you haven't done your trials. Trials are actually what you need to focus on, like ASAP.
Yeah, I gotta research a whole field. I haven't looked at it yet. Like, basically just some housekeeping in here to like change out the facts.
Why is it that I'm somehow carrying so much weight, chat? Like, that sucks. I got like 5 there, and now I'm full. These materials weigh so damn much. No storage on Ornithopter? No. Because I got the booster. Guy wasn't wrong though. This does take a shit ton of fuel.
Land dust.
I mean, feel free to use some if you need it.
Oh, I found some, so I'm throwing it in.
Yeah, that's all those uniques. That's what they're made out of.
I assume cut arrays are backwards compatible, right? So if you have a high tier one, it can cut everything down backwards.
Yes.
surprised I didn't hit a wall. I thought I was going to. Yeah, I still have no idea where the stupid crash site is. Put the link details on there? Yeah, let me see. You can turn off taxation on your server. That's nice. You can turn off sandstorms. I think sandstorms serve a valuable purpose, so I feel like turning that off wouldn't be a good idea. Turn off PvP security zones, essentially making your Haga base and have free-for-all PvP. That's terrifying. Because it looks like the direction you come in at is where you spawn. That is something I can manipulate then. But see, I don't like this. It's like you have to rent it from a third-party provider. Just let us host it ourselves. Like you did with Conan. Why do we have to do it here?
Because they're new, I would assume, and they want to secure all the money they can for sales of the actual initial product.
Well, it's always like G Portal and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I get that, but like, I think that's bullshit. Like,
people would agree.
yeah, it's like, oh, the only way to do a private server, you have to let a third-party person rent it to you. Are you saying my computer's not good enough to run this itself? Because I'm sure it is. Look, there's my base down there, chat. Actually, not the base I wanted to go to. You said there was another spice explosion?
Yes. Hey, give me a second. Being punched to death. I died.
Got him.
Retrieve your backpack.
Yep, that is the thing.
How much gets lost? Is it a corpse run like Conan, or is it
It's
better?
all of your loot. It's not like you still have all of your gear that you had equipped, unless you died to PvP. But even then, you should still.
Okay, so my guns and stuff are in the bag.
Yes.
Oh, John.
Oh no, your guns aren't in the bag. All of your gear is on you. It's anything you've like picked up, is my understanding.
Okay, so materials get dropped, but not the gear items.
Are y'all still flowing spices?
Yes. Hello, Trups. Good morning.
I mean, are you still streaming?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Trups.
We are
Alright.
live.
Yeah, you're live with Mr. Two Love Trouble. You've almost made it to the JP stream. When are you going live, buddy?
Give me like an hour. I just woke up.
Yeah, go for it.
This load screen to get back in the game after dying is crazy long.
Shouldn't be that long, but where'd you die?
I died western this something. A little ways out past the base west.
God, this iron ore is gonna ruin me. Seeing it now and knowing that it looks like titanium is freaking wild.
How far did you guys go?
I've gotten to the deep desert. So I just got my first like tier 6 materials, but I did not get very many of them because I can't hold very many of them.
Yeah, I'm perpetually loading. I don't want to close the game. I'm worried about that.
Just close it. You'd be fine. Like just go back to title and then do that.
That's the thing. I don't have a menu to choose from. I'm still in this loading screen where it's like alternating like pictures.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you that's never happened to me, so just close it. Like, that shouldn't be happening to you.
As I was just about to hit the button.
It did it?
It did it.
Nice.
Seconds from hitting the button. Okay. Here.
Another sticky. Classic programs, yep. Yeah, I also love the... Oh, Funcom doesn't set the prices for private server rental. It's like, you don't set the prices. So therefore you're not affiliated with them, so why are you recommending them? Like, should not that be your job to allow them to be created? Why do you go specifically through them? And why do you not allow your players the ability to create it themselves? Like,
Apparently you can also toggle your helmet on or off.
Can you?
Yes. So you can see your character's face all the time, but the helmet will still be considered on. Go to your inventory, and you tab over with E once, and then you click hide helmet. Or helmet. Bottom there.
Never realized. Eyes of bad. AKA the eyes of us. Ice. Ice consumer. God, having that vertical thing here on this is so nice. Me? Sorry, yeah, I'm at the other base real fast.
You're kind of in the direction I need to go to retrieve my body anyway.
What the heck were you doing all the way up here?
Oh, sweet baby.
Close to no buildings.
One worm.
So I could expand and take over all of this area too.
Oh, he wants me bad. Oh, he wants me. Oh, God.
Expand up further this way. Invalid position. Okay, so survey says yes. That's so insane. That means you can expand your base in really odd fucking directions. Whee!
Oh no, it's back.
What, the worm? Did you get eaten by a worm?
It's coming back for me.
Of course it is. You taste good. Interesting, so you can't put it along a road. That's so weird.
Oh my god, it's...
Dad, is he cooked?
insane. Oh, wait, what? You have been killed by a sandworm. All items in your inventory have been lost and are not recoverable.
Yes.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, sandworms,
Eating the
Coriolis
wormy
storms,
chin.
and PvP during the land's rad makes you lose everything.
You've been a naughty boy.
Don't worry, your items are not that hard to get back, but except if you lost my entire still suit, but even then. Should I expand on this side? Give me claim over these rocks. Not sure I actually care. I'm back to having the same dilemma I had last time, which is like, what side do I expand the base on? The answer is, I don't know. I can at least claim that whole area down there. But I guess the real question is, where do I want to build? And I don't know the answer to that. So I'm just not gonna. Just not gonna, chat. When in doubt, don't make a decision. Think on it. But yeah, this is my character, if chat hasn't seen it. I feel like I did an okay job. Could have been better. Apparently you can't change how your character looks yet. I mean, did you need my help to come pick you up or something, Ash? Also, was that the first time you had died to a sandworm?
Yes. The absolute first time.
And you didn't get a cutscene?
I did not get a cutscene.
Weird. Did you have a run-in with a sandworm earlier?
Yes. It never gave me a cutscene at any of the times I've seen a sandworm, though.
No, but did one of the times, did the sandworm just stop and look at you and it didn't eat you when it could have?
He's not chosen.
Guess it's not. I don't know. That's... I think what happened is your long loading was like, it was trying to give you that cutscene and it just failed.
Or it succeeded, but it didn't show it to me because it was just like... stuck.
Probably.
Do never got blessed by the worm, my son.
It's because he has not done the worm on the sands.
Listen, I literally just got all my stuff eaten alive. I am
Just think of it. Just think of it as taxes, okay? The worm taketh, the worm giveth.
what exactly does it give?
Your life.
I don't know what you're saying. What are you asking?
It said the worm is like taxes. It giveth and it taketh. But I'm like, what does it give?
Someone's flying. You don't see anything.
Pardon me.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Wait, so you didn't lose everything. You got your bike.
No, the bike was at a farther distance. Everything else I had. Alright.
It's not the end of the world. It happened to me too. So now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
Gotta rebuild everything.
However, you did probably lose my unique sword that I gave you, so that one I can't rebuild for you.
That's fine. It's just things are all. So I gotta see what I have in my chest.
Let's see if I can do something about that.
I have thingy do. Pause it. I had thingy do. Pause it. Here they. Oh no, I still do. Take those. It's full. Can't even give it to.
I don't think he's high enough level, no?
For what?
I don't know, whatever you're doing.
No, I'm trying to edit the permissions, but I think that's guild permissions. I have no idea what this communet is.
Hours passed as the crew's anxiety grew with each tick of the clock. Then,
We're underway. Dad unfolded the map and pointed to a marking that looked like an angry beetle.
This is our destination, kids. Remember that old Empire facility we found a few weeks back?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I didn't realize this was a thing.
Now
I mean,
let's
sounds
dive into our
DMCA
first
to me.
program of the day. The
It does. So we're gonna leave it off. Like, I've been in here before and I've tried to click on these and it didn't let me, so like, I don't know.
Looks, I think it's just like a minor tutorial or like a quick tip, right, for those while you're walking.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, I can't expand his permissions. I don't. It's weird because there's a way to make someone an associate, and it's like just not letting me. Give you access to the sub 5 console? See if that allows you to now. I mean, it don't matter, but...
It was the sub 5.
Really? Weird. I don't know why that would be a thing, but it's like, oh, I've set it all to guild access, including the sub-5. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. He can't turn stuff on and off. And I'm like, okay. Guess I'll go and die then. Daddy needs... Actually, Daddy doesn't need shit. Daddy can go right back and do more. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna make ourselves some more wire. Disable that. Then right. Stupid. Stupid. I actually remember which one has the micro sandwich fabric in it. You want to see me go to the deep desert again, Trubs?
Yeah. Let me get my glasses on.
You ain't got no
I was
glasses.
wondering why I was looking the world at 480p.
Yeah, wings took a lot of damage from all of that maneuvering. See, to me, if you have permanently damageable stuff, like, yeah, no, that's why I wouldn't build it with tier 6. That sort of shit's just, like, annoying. I think it's actually faster to go off the edge of the map this way. I think associates if they're friends with you, which he should be, but even at that point, that was like not enough, I guess. So it's just odd. I was not quite sure why that was the way it was. I was gonna say, I'm worried I'm gonna fall into quicksand trying to leave the map from that direction. Note to self, don't come in from that direction.
What's that new map? What the hell?
Oh, it's the world map. I don't know why it only notifies me of some of these quests when I actually get deeper in here. Is that a sandstorm? That looks like that's coming this direction. Oh, maybe not. But I guess there are sandstorms out here. I'm gonna fly over left. But that's so freaking wild. I had no idea there were. Sector am I in? B5?
Isn't Sector B5 PvP zone?
No. You can go halfway through E. And since I know where a vein is, I am going straight to it to maximize my yield. That's weird. Did that sandstorm turn? Okay, there was never anything at this. Oh, that shit's worthless. Worthless. Ow. The last time the major haul that I actually had is I found some spice melange out here. Well, spice, at least that I can turn into melange. And you need spice for like a lot of the in-game stuff. Copper ore, granite, fuel cells. Forgotten Cave might have something. Probably not worth. Most of the Forgotten Caves I've been in so far were just straight ass. Oh, there's the spice field. Did I pass it? I did pass it. No, I just marked this for no fucking reason. There we go. That's a good node. That's interesting. I guess you can fly over these areas and it won't necessarily give you anything. I found titanium twice, but I haven't found stravidium again. God damn, titanium is heavy as shit. What the heck? God damn, those people have all their ornithopters just rammed in there. Is that a McDonald's? Looks like McDonald's. That was exactly what someone made. I just realized that. It didn't look like that from the bottom, but from the top, it's a friggin' McDonald's Happy Meal. Alright, I'm gonna go out into the PvP zone. Fuck it. It's late enough. I don't think people are actually on. I'm gonna do it. Gonna have to watch my ass.
Gonna risk it for the biscuit, even though you're fat.
Yep. I'm actually not. I have a booster, so top speed wise, somebody can outspeed me, but with a booster, I can get very far, very fast. So there's a spice plume in the distance. And it may look like I'm fat, but I'm flying a scout ornithopter. I'm actually exceedingly fast. Coming nighttime, though. I probably want to stay away from spice plumes because it's highly likely that that's where players are. Like that little spice field? Probably good. Because most players probably haven't found that one. I'm an F6, so I'm somewhere on the right side of the map. G6. But I've heard the materials become more the deeper out you go. Backpack full?
Scavenger camps respawn.
They do, but I'm not sure how fast they do. Game, how you you gonna tell me I'm at 174 to 175, and then you're gonna tell me I'm full. Ooh. So this rock has several. I may have spooked that guy. That's an assault copter, I'm pretty positive. He's trying to load out for me. I also don't know if PvP is factional based. Like, is it if I encounter another Atreides person, there's no PvP? Or is it free-for-all out in the deep desert? I don't know. I'd rather not know, honestly. Because the second I know the answer to that, it's probably bad. It's free-for-all? Oh, great.
That's exciting.
That's weird, though, because you're supposed to have, like, point control. Like, where it's like, oh, I took over this point.
I think that's based on your affiliation. So if your character is from Atreides, you take it over, then it's an Atreides point. If someone's unaffiliated, it's a neutral. That's the only way that it would make sense if I had it.
Yeah, I think at this time of day, it's really just not that dangerous. I also think most people are so focused on resources, they're just not going to care.
The second you start guns blazing, though, everyone's going to come after you. They'll tell somebody, and they'll tell somebody, and they'll tell somebody, and boom.
No, I think the issue is if you encounter an actual PvP guild. Like, part of the reason I found someone there, I don't know if you noticed, the ornithopter was black. That's a Harkonnen ornithopter, and that was a Harkonnen control point. I'm literally just scanning it. That way I know there's some shit at it. This is E4, so if I get further south, I'm safe. There's the spice field over there. Yeah, I'm actually terrified of encountering a sandstorm out here. I don't know what you do. Like, where do you hide? I guess you make a still tent. Oh, there's a wormy boy. I do like that you can just see them out here, just roving about. And it just ate something. I wonder if the game even tells you if there's a sandstorm out in this sector. Or if you're just supposed to see it. Because that could get real hairy. Like, honest to God, I actually really like the concept at play here. I think this zone's really cool. But I also think this zone's kind of bullshit. Little C4 knocking at your door. Heat index is actually really high here too. It's 5. It hasn't been draining me dry, but that's because I just spend so much time in the ornithopter itself. See, gliding like this, you don't make any noise. I can see how easy it is to overtake somebody in a gliding ornithopter, and like they would never know you were there. Still suit armor swatch. Interesting. Yeah, firing the booster to get out. It's actually kind of interesting. See, that didn't kill the engine, and I'm not sure why. I also want to know what those red flashes I keep seeing on the screen are.
I got the pulse sword blueprint.
The what?
Pulse sword that you gave me? I found the schematic for it.
Nice. Yep, now you can make your own.
It was actually at the Ironworks.
How's Dune coming along? It's going pretty good. We got Ash playing now. Cal's playing with us as well, and Shiro has been on playing as well. But I was just in the deep desert area there, so we're coming back to the main zone. I think you gotta kill the booster much faster prior to getting to max. Being on at this time? Yeah. See, I don't know why you would ever bother using plastanium for storage space. Like, ooh, 100 inventory slot capacity. I'm like, yeah, pain in the ass. Like, even if there were no other players, going into the deep desert would still be precarious. There's a worm right beneath me. But yeah, the worms in this area are actually small boys. It's kind of wild. They are plenty scary enough as is. But seeing some of those worms out in the desert, those things are freaking huge, man. Okay, now we got titanium and stravidium. $19 on that. Can I make spice melange? Spice melange! I can. There's just one problem. I have to tell the death still to be quiet for a bit. Spice rotate. Rotate spice. I guess it's like a centrifuge. Oh my god, that is not fast. What the Oh god, I hope it makes more than one spice melange. Otherwise, you're gonna need so much spice. Like, that's just insane how much you will need.
Welcome to Dune, the real game.
I'll be honest with you, this makes me want to craft an assault thopter just for the storage space.
Maybe that guy was doing the same thing.
Well, as long as you take the assault thopter only out to like the PvE tiers, you'd be fine. You'd never have it at risk.
But in order to harvest more spice, you do have to go risky.
You do. I really don't like how risky it can be with the worms at times. There was one spice patch that I got that I kept talking to you guys about on the map where it's like it was relatively safe and I got like 90% of it and then the worm showed up and I was like but at the same time I was like, okay, sweet, we got it. Like, I can live with 90%. Shit, I could live with 30% of the patch. Because like I said, I'd been trying to get some for a while and it just hadn't been a thing. I like how I'm getting combat music even though I cannot possibly be in combat. There a worm outside? Any wormy boys?
How's Ash's adventure going?
Oh, where is Ash? Ash is over in the ironworks here. How's the disruptor working for you? Or did that get eaten?
It got eaten, but I have another one.
Okay. So how's it working though? Like, is it actually getting you through the shields?
Yes and no. It's me learning the recoil because this is the first instance where I've used it. So I still have to get used to the recoil pattern.
Enables
but,
intergalactic travel and extends life. Addictive. Withdrawal leads to death. Fuck.
The Dune version of skooma?
Yeah, it's spice. It's spice again. The idea of the spice must flow. It's a saying for a reason, right? It's like it's the entire way that they conduct all of their interstellar travel, and it also just like I said, it extends life. It's just if you don't have spice, you die. It's that good shit, TM. Yes, exactly, Jay.
Not only is it a drug, tool for interstellar travel so you can get away from the planet that's gonna kill you.
Yep. But it's also the way to get to the planet for interstellar travel so you can get more of it. Because you need it. No!
I have no quarrel with you, worm. Wish to destroy your natural habitat. Okay, on shields, update now. On shields, it absolutely shreds. No question.
Nice.
Not even a full magazine and I've already popped the shield.
But do you pop it like it's hot? Need the drugs to get the drugs. But it does beg the question of how did anybody ever find Arrakis in the first place? If you need drugs to travel the universe, how did you ever travel the universe to find it? Right? Oh god, this is a big boy. Servers will be offline for a game update starting at 800 UTC. Downtime expected to be 1 hour. I have no idea what time it is UTC time. It is 6 a.m. UTC, so servers are going offline in an hour and a half.
Damn. 1 hour and 27 minutes.
Yep.
Right
mean,
when I
that's fine.
start streaming. Yippee!
No. You're definitely starting streaming before that.
Oh, damn.
My god, the assault copter is big, I can tell. No, you didn't. I heard that.
He's on this gun a while.
I heard that. Where was it? Space! It must flow!
Hear me? You kinda are. I heard that too.
Oh no, you'll hear that from like all the way across the map.
You in the D? Oh no, you're not
Oh, I'm here.
Get out of this sand, dude. without getting confirmed. Oh, I didn't know the HP bars could stack like that. I thought it was no HP the whole time. Right.
Yep.
That's the breach where you go. Oh, yeah, that's with you.
Yep. Don't come anywhere near this. There was another dude that tried to get it, but he very quickly left.
I gotta get into the PvP zone anyway, so I actually do need someone.
He's gonna eat it. Oh! Oh, he's turning. Maybe going after the other asshole. He is right under that. Bro.
What's coming for your ass?
Yeah, I don't know what the breaches actually do. Not a bad haul. I can do this shit all day, baby.
I'm waiting on that breach to go away. Okay.
Do you have to collect all the purple?
No. But I'm gonna.
Yeah, from the looks of it, there's only one worm
In this area. I don't know if he can eat my flying ornithopter. Don't really want to find out.
I think if you don't land on, lift up on time, I think you can.
Oh yeah, definitely he can. But I'm saying, like, if I'm flying, I don't know if he can.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna jump at you. I don't think he'll take things with it.
Probably enough in one more. Yeah, I get it, game. Holy shit.
Banaju, watch out. Banaju, watch out.
Go. Not at all. Suck it, worm. No spice for you. Now, some of you may be wondering what I'm doing. But, you see, I noticed this spot. Unfortunately, that is a worm. Okay, this one's fake. It happened to me earlier, too. It's like when somebody gets to it before you, it's not actually there. Which is so stupid and bad, and they need to deal with it. Yeah, we got a full hull of spice ash. Had to play hopscotch with that thing, but it worked. How much did we get? 551? Not a crazy amount, but not bad considering I was under duress from the worm the whole time. Worm attraction is high. But yeah, I think that's why people use thumpers, is to keep the worm away. guys go. Now you guys can see the normal Thopter versus the size and chassis of a assault one. Assault one's bigger and longer. That's why it fits 2 people. Bacon. Big boy.
Why did you say that aimed at me like that? That's
Big boy.
unsettling. That's unsettling.
Would you prefer this aimed at you instead? Or this?
No, that looks like you're trying to take me out back like Old Yeller.
Or this?
So I gotta do.
I'm gonna replicate you. Okay. So glad we got that spice. Unfortunately, we got that spice, which means that stupid fucking spice melange has to keep going.
What spice melange? The thing up here?
We don't have enough for more.
What? Wait, where is the thing you need to craft spice melange?
It's in the spice extractor.
Is this not a...
No, that's the death still. I'm turning it back on because we don't have water. Although it is nighttime, so I'm gonna go get me some water.
This is how you order from bodies without having to kill them?
Yeah, you just... No, you definitely killed them. You're repurposing their dead body.
For a metric crap ton of water.
Yep.
That doesn't seem to make... Okay, like, from one body you get so little when you extract it with the thing. But
yeah.
Then you put them in that and you get that much more?
Yep. You get 25,000 water.
That's...
It's like Capri Sun, you gotta squeeze out all you can. Exactly, Jay. Exactly.
I don't like the way Jay said that, and I'm concerned. On several levels.
Oh my god, this is really poor dew harvesting. What the heck is going on with the sky? Like a weird-ass nebula effect.
Yeah, okay. I thought I was the only one that felt weird about that. Checks out.
What, the sky?
Yep.
Yeah, it hadn't been that way before, and that's why I was like wondering why we were getting red flashes earlier. It may be because the Coriolis already came through. Full Metal Alchemist formula calls for 35 liters of water. Listen. There's not equivalent exchange, okay? Some of it's lost. If I just waited a bit, I would get the optimal harvesting time and I'd get like quadruple the water. But I just don't care. And this is what I do when I really need the water. Is I just go out and I manually harvest it, and for the rest of the time I just let the death still do its thing. Because it's like, oh, every hour you just get 25,000 for free. And then actually, I think the advanced death still gives you 45,000. Kind of ridiculous, honestly. But that's part of the learning experience here has been learning what is the optimal like way of doing things. And that, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's difficult. This game has a lot of nuance to it. Yeah, it's got 14 more minutes left. My deciliter John full? No. Whatever. Full enough. If only I could put a dew scythe on the back of my buggy. That'd be amazing. Yeah, so the ore refinery is done. It's done making more duraluminum. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, that's not pressing. That doesn't have to get done right this second. A lot of our duraluminum is going into this assault thopter. Oh, let's see, what parts are actually required? Chassis, cockpit, tail required module, mid-hull required module. Let's go look at my research. Let's get the assault thopter storage. The assault thopter thruster, which we already have one. I guess the rocket launcher? Because, like, that is actually the purpose of this thing, is to be offensive. I haven't bothered researching any of the tier 6 parts, because, like, to me, again, making something that decays a tier 6 part is just dumb. Like, actually dumb. Wait, did you turn one of these on? No? No? What else did we have on?
I just finished using this Bible.
Oh.
I turned it on.
Okay, good shit. Well, actually, hold on. Yeah, okay, that's enough.
I'll see y'all later.
Yep, you gonna go start stream?
Pretty much.
Ready. Okay. Craft the tail. That's that. All I can craft is 3 wings. Of course. Wait, what the fuck is going on with, like, the chassis here? It's actually the duraluminum that I'm short of. God, I'm gonna have to farm so much water and so much aluminum. That's, I think, my biggest issue with this duraluminum tier is the water usage. It's bad enough farming aluminum, and aluminum already takes a crap ton of water, but then duraluminum is like, hey, what if we made it twice as worse? On top of the original cost. Down for now. The need it, you got it. I am missing the main hull. Well, shit. That seems like a problem. You can tell you're not actually supposed to walk through that, which sucks because I feel like they should. Oh, what? New fashion wilds, I think you like, Ed? Nice. Like I was saying before, I've kind of been holding off of wilds right now because I know we're going to get all the festivals and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't need to like go back each time there's something new. I'd rather like lump it all together and like knock it out in a flurry. That just looks like a crappy like truck. Looks like a iguana. How much aluminum do I have? So, we're running a little bit low on ingots, but... Now there's no more water again! This is the problem, chat.
Which ingot are you...
Which ingot am I low on? Duraluminum.
Is that crafted or is that farmed?
That's crafted. You have to first craft aluminum and then duraluminum.
What is aluminum made of?
Aluminum ore.
Ain't strong enough for that.
Of course you don't. You won't for a while. You're gonna need to play for a little bit longer. Although admittedly, the if I can get the assault copter made, I can probably take you places and I can speed that process up. Like, I don't know if you're getting the what level are you right now? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you're getting the 50% boost yet. But, I think it's because you're not sided with House Atreides yet. The guild is, but I think you specifically would have to in order to get the effect. But if you do, yeah, that'd speed you up. You'd get way more experience way faster. And experience is what leads to basically the gating of everything. Like, I'm finally getting to the point where, like, my research... I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but, like, I can kind of just spend it on whatever I want to. Because, like, some of the end stuff's just expensive. 50 plastanium ingots. What's wrong with these people? Actually, I just had a thought. Refinery capable of producing high-end ingots and resources from raw materials. This ultra-efficient unit will produce higher yields from smaller quantities of raw materials. Fine. Sounds great. How are you supposed to get plastanium ingots if you require a large ore refinery to make them? I don't. That's why. Huh. Huh. Same thing with a small chemical factory? Ah, see this? Is there a medium chemical factory? And it only takes duraluminum. But it takes 35 spice melange. Kidding me. The spice must flow, man. God damn. Processes spice sand into spice melange more efficiently than a small spice refinery. So that appears to be what it is. The deeper in your progress goes, the more efficient you become at tier 6. That's so ass. Like, I get it, but like, damn, I wish that were not the case.
Down the shield.
I probably got a shield you can use. Not gonna be in good condition, but
Refuel while moving on the thing.
yeah, you can.
You mentioned that there's a house of treaties. I can do it.
Hmm? Wait, sorry, what were you looking for?
Shield.
A shield? A Holtzman
But it
shield?
should be iron one. Yeah, just a shield. I'm looking. Oh wait, we're going down in an hour.
Yeah. I'm pretty positive I have one. Here's a Mark II. In this chest right here that I have open. Yep. Yeah, I think I myself only have a Mark III. Like I said, it's why I get killed by drill shots. They go right through my entire shield and I'm like, oh fuck! So I've just had to like start playing smart in some of those in-game zones where people do that. I realized the Fremen Death Still is basically just Han Solo's Carbonite thing all over again. Let's put that in there. That way they're not... They'll just appear here and they're not going to be in the way. 'Cause yeah, duraluminum's going to be a thing. So I need the main hull. There's the cabin. Gotta be this, right? Yeah. Yeah, it has to be. So I need 70 more duraluminum for that. I'm gonna need more cobalt paste, I friggin' know it. I have just enough diamondine dust for that. Military power regulator. I have no idea what that is. I've never seen that. Yeah, something tells me I'm gonna rely on that shitty thruster that I found. Especially with their schedule being the way it is. Yeah, it always works better for me to combine stuff, and I've had to, like, unfortunately get into arguments with some of my friends about this, but it's like, don't get me wrong, I like live service games just the same as everybody else, but the thing that will always halt me about a live service game is the perpetual FOMO drip that they give you, where it's like, oh, you have to play our game today. Oh, you have to play our game tomorrow. Oh, you have to play our game the day after that. And like, they just keep doing it. And especially with a longer running game, like we know Wilds, for instance, is going to be around for several years here, right? And it's like, they're going to keep doing events. They're going to keep doing stuff. But to me, instead of getting sucked back into it like every other week, I would rather let temporary stuff be what dictates it, and let permanent stuff like, say, Lagia Crest, right, not. Because it's like, oh, Lagia Crest isn't going anywhere. He's going to be there perpetually. But things like the Flower Blossom festival, it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, maybe I need to log in and do that. But if I let every single update dictate to me, like, when I get to play, I have to play constantly. And some people fall into that trap. I don't like to fall into that trap. I prefer to bunch it up, play it as is, set the game down, take a break from it. And that way I don't go like, man, I feel so burnt out. I hate this game. That sort of like mentality. But it makes it rough because, obviously I have friends and it's like everybody's trying to pull me in different directions. Everyone's trying to get me to do other stuff. And I understand that. But there's also just part of me that's like, either A, I don't feel like it, or B, I'm just like, I just want to do something else. I'm sorry. Like, and it sucks because I know it's like, it's disappointing for them. It's disappointing for me, but it is what it is. There's not much you can do about it. But that's why I've been like trying to get some people to play this with me at least, because this is a fun game. I'm having a blast with it. This tier is getting kind of frustrating, but at least now I have like direction. I know how to get the materials. I know what they look like. So that's the start of things. Like I said, getting this crafted will be a whole ordeal, but actually, let me see, how much aluminum ore do I have? Did that use all of it? Okay, the death's still completed. I can make a couple more aluminum. So now I'm out of aluminum ore. Then I can craft 46 more of that. Now I'm out of water again. Let's go get another body for the death still. Usually that's like the big thing I like to do before logging off too, is like make sure that there's a body in the death still going. So that way, like when you log in, you just have more water to work with and you're not have to you're not having to wait on it. Speak of a body, and it shall appear. I also just make sure I grab the gold out of that chest every time. It's just a little bit free. Hands right. Task progress registered. Do you get that pop up like every time you kill something, Ash?
What?
The Landsrad task progress updated.
Probably because I don't have any association with Landsrad because of the Trades or not choice or Harkon choice.
Wait, did you choose Harkonnen? I was gonna say you better not. And not because I'm forcing you to, but because the guild affiliation will force you to.
I don't know where to even make the choice.
You gotta talk to both of them, and then eventually you end up doing quests for one side or the other. Like, I actually haven't done that many of them. I think I'm only partially through rank 2 of House Atreides, because rank 2 is all I needed for the building materials, so I just kind of got that and was like, alright, I'm good. Like, I don't even have their Ornithopter swatch. So I can't even color our Ornithopters that color if I want to. Granted, I actually really like the watch we have, so I don't think I would. Wonder what the second person does in the assault thopter. I guess maybe you man the guns or something? I don't know. Kind of weird. Dad's up late? Yes. Yeah, we still going. Dude, somebody is being spicy with the worm.
It's 2 pop-ups.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. The other one I think is at the spice fields, but I know for a fact neither of those spice fields are legitimate anymore. I harvested all of one, and the other one was harvested by somebody other than me. But yeah, I don't have the capability of transferring everything to the new base yet, but it's definitely on the to-do list. Money is my main concern right now for the ongoing of the bases, because I just don't have a lot.
How much are you paying?
Well, the current base is just 4K, which is the minimal amount. The new base, I don't even know. I think it's like 15K or something per week. I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine using spice to power a generator. I just... That seems so freaking wasteful to me. But maybe...
Some people probably got money like...
It's not even money like that. It's like you just have to operate probably entirely in the deep desert for something like that to be possible. Like... That's a guild thing where it's like you go take the harvester out and you let that shit like roam and just harvest every plume you can and you go ape shit. And it's like, that's cool, but what happens if the spice doesn't flow? Does your entire base go offline? Like, what happens if someone beats you to it? I feel like most of your materials are going to be tier 5 at best, and a lot of it's going to be tier 4 for convenience. Because aluminum is a lot easier to make than duraluminum. Okay, chat. Mr. Two Love Trouble's online, so I'm going to send you guys his way. Hope you guys enjoyed. Tried to give you guys something for the time being. But let's go give that man some love. And again, I will be back tomorrow with the lotto and other assorted things, but we'll probably not wake up early at this point, so enjoy. Like I said, go give Mr. Chubbs my love, and I'll see you guys for the next one. Good night.